Good morning from Argentina, namaskar, and good evening to all the Indian viewers and participants. I'm Dinesh Bhatia, Ambassador of India to Argentina, as well as to Uruguay and Paraguay. I have the honor to welcome each one to this very important program of India and Argentina and the New World Order. It's a dialogue among Indian and Argentine think tanks. And to begin with, I must throw some light on what is India and what is Argentina. Because if you ask an Indian what is Argentina, the usual responses would be very far away, close to Antarctica, tango, fun-loving people, Maradona, Messi, and football. And of course, all these stereotypical answers are correct. But Argentina is much more to that. Argentina became independent in 1816 when, of course, the colonial powers were still trying to wrest their power from the last Mughal. Argentina was already among the top 25 wealthiest countries in 1860s and became one of the top 7 countries as per GDP per capita by 1908. Buenos Aires was the 13th city in the world to get the subway metro system, of course, even before Moscow. And of course, the first railway line was already established in Argentina in 1860s. And of course, Argentina has the distinction of having the first live radio broadcast in 1920. And of course, Argentina is a huge country, it's the 8th largest country in the world by geographical area. India is, of course, the 7th largest. And that geographical area, diversity of climates, diversity of people bring both the countries together. In the same vein, when you ask an Argentine, what is India for you? The first answer is yoga. And that, of course, is very popular here in Argentina, yoga and meditation, a huge population of India. And then, of course, the other answers could be spices and Bollywood. But I think there are several other factors which people in Argentina don't realize, that India is the largest democracy with 897 million people registered as voters in the last federal elections in 2019. And of course, besides yoga and Ayurveda, India also invented chess and zero. And of course, India is the 4th largest railway network in the world, and with the highest number of passengers every day, more than 23 million. I'm not talking about the COVID times, of course. I'm talking about the normal times. And I guess we are moving towards a very normal time very soon, hopefully. India, of course, has 123 airports with 34 international airports. India has one of the largest, or perhaps the largest diaspora around the world, and with the highest amount of remittances in the world. Indians are doing very well all around the world. Currently, the chiefs of Google, Microsoft, IBM, Adobe, they're all Indians. And of course, India has a huge unique identification number program, which started in 2009. And till yesterday, when I checked the figures, the figures were 1,267,557,599 is the last count till yesterday of the number of people who are registered on this program, which gives a unique identity to the Indian citizens. And of course, India is the largest producer of milk, jute, and pulses, and among various other things that we produce. With this background, when I came here in August of last year, I realized that there are so many similarities between India and Argentina. To begin with, both are parliamentary democracies. Both the people are very independent thinking. And of course, we are collaborating in so many ways between India and Argentina in the last 17 years, since the time we opened our first embassy in Latin America in Buenos Aires in 1949. Last year, when we celebrated the 70th anniversary of the partnership, the relationship was elevated to strategic partnership between the two countries. And of course, the relationship now is not only from trade and economy, which is doing very well. We have very smooth and issue-less political relationship, cultural, tourism, people-to-people contact, space, nuclear. You name a field, and India and Argentina are close to each other. With this background, this think tank event was planned so that we think about how to evaluate the relationship, how to move forward, how to strengthen it further with so many similarities between the two countries. And I'm thankful to RIS and CIPIC for having accepted to organize this program in collaboration with my embassy, And I want to first bring in Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi, who needs no introduction in India. He's the Director General of RIS, a very well-renowned think tank in India and globally too. He's a development economics expert. And I would request Dr. Chaturvedi to give his opening remarks.
Thank you. Thanks, Ambassador Bhatia, for your kind introduction and also for setting the context for our event. I think it's a great initiative, and I must congratulate you and your team, which has worked very hard to get all the actors together for this event. I think I must also congratulate the team that has worked with Kulia for getting the different think tanks, various actors together for our partnership and taking this idea forward. As Ambassador Bhatia has said, we are to explore and enhance our understanding of each other, which has the best of the basis from the history. We are there in terms of how the processes are unfolding. And those of us who have been involved in some of the global processes like the WTO, the G20, and the BAPA process, the Buenos Aires Plan of Action program, and the 40th anniversary, which all of us celebrated on South-South cooperation. Buenos Aires has been the destination for us for last couple of years. The huge leadership that Argentina has provided in the new global order, shaping the narrative for South-South cooperation, shaping the narrative for the new global order that we want, bringing in the aspirations and hope of the Latin America together and put in a very conviction manner with all the other countries is simply amazing. And I think CPAC has been a testimony to this great evolution. Those of us who saw CPAC's role and Kulia's own role in the T20 process are great a fan and follower of hers. And I'm sure this is evident from huge fan following that she has on Twitter and on other social media. So there's great appreciation of that work. Two themes, friends, that we are capturing today, I think deserve our great appreciation. We start with the bilateral relations, but we very quickly get into the broad global order with digitalization and future of work, something that Argentina very rightly emphasized during the G20 presidency and highlighted that which eventually Japan also addressed. And we heard Saudi with their own interpretation of the action that is needed. And I think that was extremely important. But here the session's caveat is it would bring out the lessons that are important for the global South. And immediately after that, as we talk about the New World Order, we get into the session which would talk more about the new global order post-pandemic, how situation is unfolding and what kind of new dimensions. So friends, remain with us. We have chosen some of the most appropriate timings for this session, which can match the needs and requirements of both the continents. And as Ambassador Bhatia very rightly said, distance now don't matter. It is very much part of our sort of new normal post-pandemic when we are working together and we are going to find ways to work together and we move forward despite of several challenges and we work towards tremendous opportunities that our partnership with India and with Argentina that would offer not only to think tanks and academic community, but even to practitioners, not only diplomats, but industry, the civil society organizations, and several others. I once again very warmly welcome you and join Ambassador Bhatia and our colleagues from CPAC in welcoming you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for your kind remarks and your work in South-South cooperation, developmental economics is very well known. I would now like to invite Kulia Pomares, the Executive Director of CPEC, which is the leading think tank. And of course, they led the T20 discussions when Argentina had the presidency in 2018. Kulia is a political scientist and a renowned economist from London School of Economics. Kulia, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. It is such an honor also for us to welcome you today. And hopefully, as you were saying, Ambassador, to start and enrich a fruitful cooperation between India and Argentina. As you know, bilateral relations are cordial and growing and are quite broad. They encompass political, economic, scientific, and also technological cooperation. We also have cooperation regarding Antarctic research and cultural cooperation. And let me confess, Ambassador, that since we started very early this morning, I have not practiced my daily Ashtanga Yoga session today, but I will do it later. And let me introduce, for those of you who are following us from India, CPEC. CPEC is a non-profit, impartial, independent organization based in Buenos Aires. We are turning 20 this year. We try to provide policy-based recommendations on different issues. And since Argentine presidency to the G20 in 2018, we tried to start a new cycle. It was at that moment promoted by then president of CPEC, Jorge Mandelbaum, to foster more international cooperation with other think tanks, and especially this South-South cooperation that is so important for us. Since our involvement in the T20, we are now having very interesting projects and trying to travel ideas across the globe. And especially we have very important links with India on a very key subject that we're going to talk today about the future of work in the Global South and how digitalization is going to affect our labor markets. And because beyond the very stark differences, there are some similarities in our labor market, especially in this case with informality of our labor markets. We are learning a lot from our Indian colleagues. We are having a very, very interesting cooperation. So let me say that I'm very glad also to start this adventure of working and having this cooperation together. I also would like to thank the teams of RIS and also of CPEC. CPEC, Mercedes Méndez Rivas and Martina Farias Gubier had done a great work in putting all this together. It's true that it's easier now to have these online events, but it's a lot of work behind being now on the screen. And I think that hopefully having, and maybe one of the good things of this terrible time of pandemic is that we will feel that these very long distances, they are now shorter and that we have more of this type of cooperation. So let me just say that I'm really honored too, and thank you, Ambassador, to having this amazing idea and taking it forward with all the implementation of this event. I hope we have a good dialogue, and also, as I was saying, to be a starting dialogue and to foster the cooperation with think tanks and also researchers in Argentina who are going to be following us from different parts of Argentina, not only from Buenos Aires, so also trying to have a federal conversation on this side. So thank you very much again, and let's hope we have a great discussions today.
Thank you, Kulia, for your encouraging words. And as you said, and I also feel that the two countries, India and Argentina, are connected by two oceans. Depending which route you take, the two oceans are different. And of course, in this pandemic new world today, we are also connected by digital technology, which seems easy, but behind the scenes, a lot of things go on, which people do not realize. And we had several technical challenges to broadcast this program live, to stream this program live in English as well as Spanish. We are available through various mediums, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can click on the website. The direct links of this live streaming is there. And with these words, I would like to close the inaugural session and move on to the first session. I would request the speakers to now take over, and I'll come back to you towards the close of the dialogue, towards the close of the program. Thank you so much.
Buenos días, Argentina. Namaste, India. Welcome to our today's discussion. This is the first panel discussion about Indian-Argentina relations today. My name is Bernabé Malacalza. I am researcher at CONICET and National University of Quilmes. I have also had the pleasure of being an ITEC fellow in RIS India. First of all, I would like to thank Julia Pomares and CPEC for the invitation. Also thank to Sachin Chaturvedi and my friends from RIS in India and the Ambassador of India. It is a great honor to moderate this panel. For around 50 minutes, we will have a discussion about the state of a bilateral relation between our countries. We also discuss the future agenda and if priorities between India and Argentina must change in the context of both the current pandemic and the post-pandemic war, including challenges and opportunities. Then we will make some takeaways for India-Argentina relations. Let me introduce our panelists. I will only provide a short version of their bios. The list of their experiences and accomplishments is much longer, which you can find online. Dr. TCA Raghavan is Director General of Indian Council of World Affairs. He also was Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan and Singapore, Director of the Office of the External Affairs Ministers. He has also served in Kuwait, United Kingdom, and Bhutan. He holds a PhD by the GNU in 1992, and his current interests are historical research, strategic analysis, and the diplomatic history of modern India. Professor Sunanda Sen has been a faculty at GNU and many other institutions in England and overseas. She has published 11 books and 80 research papers in reputed journals. Her research interests include development, international finance, and economic history. She is a research associate at Levy Economics Institute in the United States and a life member of Clare Hall, Cambridge. Professor Maria Florencia Rubiolo holds a PhD in International Relations and is a full-time associate researcher at the National Scientific and Technical Research Council, CONICET of Argentina. She is the director of the PhD program in International Relations at Córdoba Catholic University. Her research interests include Latin America and East Asia relations. Manuel Gonzalo is economist. He has a master's degree in economics and industrial development from UNGS and a doctoral degree in economics from Universidad Estadual Federal de Río de Janeiro, Brazil. He's a researcher and professor at the Universidad Nacional de General Sarmiento, Universidad Nacional de Chilecito, and at the Consejo Argentino para las Relaciones Internacionales. He was visiting researcher at the Center for Development Studies in Kerala. Well, before starting our discussion, we'll give the floor to Dr. TCA Raghavan for the opening remarks. Dr. Raghavan, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And may I say how very delighted I am to be in such a distinguished panel with Professor Sunanda Sen, Dr. Barnaby Malacalza, Mario Florencio Rubilio, and Manuel Gonzalo. May I begin by also thanking Ambassador Dinesh Bhatia, Dr. Sachin Chaturvedi of RIS, and the CIPPEC for inviting me to this session. And also may I congratulate the Ambassador and his colleagues in the embassy for organizing this series of discussions on India, Argentina, and the nature of the globalized world and the situation we face today. Of course, there is a great deal to discuss in the bilateral content of our relationship, which I'm sure the panel will touch on in each of their individual statements. But India and Argentina, we observed 70 years of our bilateral relationship last year, when we also agreed to become strategic partners. And this itself gives an indication of how much substantive content exists in our relationship, both on the bilateral side as also on the multilateral side. We are both members of the G20. We have also been members of the G77. We have a great deal of common interest in different areas such as energy cooperation, climate change, the future of multilateral institutions, if not the future of multilateralism as a whole, etc., etc. And these are all very, very important issues in the current geopolitical and geoeconomic situation that we are situated in. Bilaterally, while our trade has done well, the potential for scaling it up even further is enormous. Similarly, for trade, for investment and other areas of economic and commercial cooperation, as indeed there are vast arenas on the cultural and people-to-people exchanges side. I thought I would speak for a few minutes on one issue which I feel both India and Argentina should engage a great deal, which is about the nature of state behavior, given the kind of direction which global geopolitics is taking. We are in the midst of a major pandemic which has affected both our societies and our polities very significantly. And certainly, this is a good time to reflect on certain more fundamental issues which confront all of us in different parts of the world. I will begin with the proposition that perhaps at no time in recent history, has there been so much accumulation of state power as there is today. States are more powerful today in various ways because of military power, because of the concentration of economic power within nation states, because of technology and so on. In many ways, states are more powerful today than they ever have been in the past. At the same time, the limitations of states or even the limitations on coalition of states are never as severe, has never been as severe as they are today. And there are three very clear examples which illustrate this. First is the pandemic itself. No one single country is in a position to deal with a biological black swan event of this nature on its own. It requires global cooperation and very sustained cooperation of a quality which so far possibly has not been of the order or of the intensity which it should have been. So certainly, I think public health in general poses a series of challenges for countries like India and Argentina, which we require much more working together than would have otherwise been the case in the past. So this is one example of where you find there are very clear constraints on the possibilities of what one state or a coalition of states can achieve on its own. The second example is in the area of climate change, where again, I think India and Argentina have worked together very well in the past, and there is a lot of areas, a lot of possibilities in that. I know, for instance, Argentina is a member of the International Solar Alliance. There are many other specific areas where there is substantial room for cooperation. But my general point is that in the area of climate change, no one state or no one group of states can effectively deal with this challenge. There are again many examples of this, both in our part of the world and I'm sure in your part of the world. I don't need to go into them in any detail, but the general point remains that climate change is an area which requires much more concerted and deep-rooted cooperation amongst different countries. The third area is the third major reason which shows up the limitations on the capacities of individual states is in the area of technology and technology disruptions. I think the kind of technological change which is changes which are happening and the kind of challenges which is this is posing for countries, it requires much more cooperation at a multinational level than presently exists. A country like India cannot possibly deal with all the issues which different technologies and technology disruptions throws up. There is no way we can devise a regime on our own without cooperation with other like-minded countries. So my general point is that we are moving into an era, and possibly there has been evidence for this for some time, but the pandemic has intensified that process, also clarified the process. We are moving into an era where it is becoming even more incumbent on countries like India and Argentina, which are members of different platforms, of different groupings. We have no major political issue that divides us, which as often happens with countries in the same region. I think there is a certain onus on both of us to intensify our cooperation, and therefore dialogues of this kind between intellectuals in both countries are very useful. And I will close by again congratulating the embassy, the RIS, and the CIPPEC for putting together this particular series of discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raghavan, to start this discussion. I would like to ask panelists to give us a brief overview of their perspective on the current state of India-Argentina relations and where they think we are headed in terms of our bilateral relation and what are their assessment. Professor Sunanda Sen, we start with you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here. And it's very nice hearing you and Ambassador Raghavan on the very important issues which he talked about just now. Now, the state of bilateral relations, which is the theme of this session, I think, India and Argentina had become even closer with the recent arrangements, recent efforts on part of the two countries to meet again. And in September to November, I think at least 10 new agreements were signed between the two countries on cooperation at various levels. Now, here comes the question of at what level? Well, strategic and economic relations, they are important and they have been considered very important. About economic aspects, we find that between the trade between India and Argentina had been going on, but the pattern had been such that Argentina has been mostly exporting the primary goods, soya and various other things, and India had been trying to send out other manufactured goods, of which including nuclear materials and so on. Now, in this context, the trade is not exactly balanced. India has been exporting less than what Argentina had been exporting to India, and the deficit, it remains like that. That there is a 1.4 billion trade deficit between the two countries. Now, given this kind of situation, now I come back to what was mentioned by Ambassador Raghavan about the commonality between the two countries. Both countries are in serious stress now. In addition, Argentina had been very stressed over some time. We all know about the debt, large debt, which was condoned by some private creditors because Argentina was defaulting. In May, it did default, and there had been serious recession over the last 3 years, and prices had been very high, inflation has been very high, etc. Now, in this context, I may mention a few things which Argentina has been doing, as Ambassador had been just now saying, that the state is important in this context, and in fact we probably, in the context of the COVID and in the context of the recession-prone countries, which is Argentina, as well as India. India is not doing a great job in terms of employment or output growth. India, it has been slowing down even before the COVID. Now, let me just throw some light or discuss a little bit as to how Argentina is trying to cope up. The new government, the Peronist government in Argentina, and under the leadership of Fernandez, we find that a few things have been done at the outset when the COVID problem started, which are remarkable, which include the providing shelter in place on March 19th itself, so that the homeless people can be accommodated partly or fully. And then also the government has reduced the tariff on utilities so that people pay less, those who are very poor. Then medicine prices have come down, and there has been attempts to raise the wages, and taxes have been adjusted with higher rates on richer people and rebates for those who are very poor. And on health in particular, there has been emphasis. Now, these are very commendable measures. I think, in India also, we are also trying to do, but at the same time, the kind of direction which Argentina has provided in combating the COVID problem, I think that is we can flag it out and say that, this is something which we can follow. And that apart, well, certainly the two countries need to grow better, need to provide more employment. Both are developing countries. And so I think there is a lot of scope for cooperation between these two. So I don't think I'll extend my talk very much. I know other people will speak. If needed, I can come back towards the end. So thank you very much again for inviting me. Is it too short? Or
Yeah.
No,
it's okay. It's okay. It's on time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much. You have raised an interesting perspective on the state of our bilateral relations and the issues of trade and the reinforcement of the states also. We continue with Professor Rubiolo now. What can you comment on this? What does the state of bilateral relations look like, in your opinion, Maria Florencia?
Okay, thank you, Bernabé. And first of all, thanks to the Embassy, CPEC, RIS for the invitation to this panel. And it is a pleasure to participate, of course. I will probably pick up on some of the comments of Dr. Ragavan and Dr. Sen. First, as a big picture of the international scenario, I think India as a global player in probably political terms and a giant emerging economy has become a strategic partner for Argentina in the last decade. Bilateral relations have a long history, as both panelists already mentioned. There are many commonalities in terms of South-South cooperation, the claim for changes in the international rules in favor of developing countries, and the democratic values both countries uphold. And there are also recent decisions and actions, such as the high-level official visits, the creation of the Argentinian-Indian Business Council, which comprises enterprises from both countries, and the upgrading of the relationship to a strategic partnership that are steps towards deeper and more dynamic links. But in this context, and considering the unfolding economic and political situation already Dr. Sand mentioned, Argentina has in India a central partner towards mainly diversifying export destinations, which is also a vulnerable, probably issue both for India and Argentina, and also a potential for product diversification, which is highly concentrated on commodities and low value-added products from the Argentinian side. There is a very clear complementarity of both economies, and this calls for an improvement of access markets, reducing trade barriers are a must for Argentina in this bilateral relation. Also exploring and developing opportunities in investment areas such as clean energies, biotechnology, agricultural technology, artificial intelligence are some of the fields that should be in the core of the agenda for Argentina in the bilateral relation with India. I will not go into trade specificities because Manuel will address probably these issues, but trade is the core axis of these growing bilateral relations. I think there is no debate on that, and it is also the main motive of the renewed political interest. Complementarity is the main condition behind this dynamism, but challenges arise regarding multi-level relations, enhancing access markets for new products, and the articulation, mainly for Argentina, of an overall Indo-Pacific strategy, considering India a central participant in it. I will pick up on future scenarios in the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Florencia. I'm going to ask all the participants to turn off the microphone once you finish speaking, please. Now we will continue with Professor Gonzalo. Professor Gonzalo, what can you comment us on the bilateral relation?
Well, first, thank you very much to CPEC, to RIS, and to the Indian Embassy, and well, Bernabé for this panel. For me, I have been doing research on India in the last 7 years, so it is a pleasure for me to be in this panel. First, I would like, in the line of the Professor Ragavan and Professor Sen, I would like to highlight that Argentina is used to think in a Buenos Aires-oriented or Buenos Aires-centered way. So we have to realize and to pay attention that the Indian Ocean and South Asia have a main geopolitical and economic relevance for the contemporary capitalism. So we have to understand and we have to realize that this area of the world is a main dynamic area. In this century, India has been growing at 6.5 points of GDP. For us, it's a really high growth figure. Also, the South Asian figures in terms of urbanization, weaponization, population are of main magnitude. So any relationship that we will have with India and with the Indian Ocean have to have this in mind. Then, specific with the bilateral relationship, as the other panelists said, we have a long-term, mainly from the 60s, relation with India, mainly diplomatic and also cultural. But I would say that given this object of the Indian Ocean, our economic relation with India is still underdeveloped. We could scale and we could broaden our relationship with India. So I will highlight on three main areas that are trade, investment and internationalization, and STI cooperation. In relation with trade, and mainly from Argentinian point of view, as the other panelists said, 2/3 of our exports to India are mainly vegetable oils. Also, we have a superávit in terms of exports with India. Our exports to India are 2.5 or 3 billion US dollars. This represents around 4 or 5% of our exports and around 6 or 7% of our foreign reserves. For Argentina, US dollars are really important, and India, with these levels of growth and new middle class, new rich, is a main market that we should look with real attention. But as I said, in general terms, our exports are really concentrated, not only in terms of products, but also in terms of regional exports. It means Cordoba, Buenos Aires, and Santa Fe represents more than 60% of our exports. It means our export profile is mainly a Pampas export profile. It is not bad, it is good, but we should scale this export profile and we should broaden this export profile, including, for instance, other provinces, other products. Then, and second, with respect to investment and internationalization, I would say that our films, our national champions are in India. It means Techin is in India, Globant is in India, Imbab is in India. Some agribusiness firms are doing business and are in India. Also, some pharma firms are interested in India. Also, some startups in IT and biotech are visualizing India as an interesting market, particularly agri-tech. However, this is the elite of our entrepreneurial structure, and we should broaden this elite. Here, these actors are of main relevance to help the other middle-sized actors to export to India. And obviously, the state have a main role. For instance, state-owned enterprises have a main role. 2-3 days ago, our YPF, main petroleum enterprise, have a meeting with the Indian diplomatics, and this is really relevant for both countries. I will speak about this in the next round. Energy challenge is a main issue for both countries, and state-owned enterprises have a main role in both countries. Finally, in the third term, I would say that we have, in terms of STI cooperation, we have main links because both countries have a dense STI structure. For instance, Imbab is in India. Also, as I said, some ADSAT is doing business with cooperation with India. So in this area, we have a lot to share. We have diverse projects of cooperations, but they are teeny and they need more resources and they need to gain scale. I will come back to this point in the next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gonzalo. I think there is a lot of food for thought to get out of these interventions. Now, we'll have a second round of questions related to the future agenda. I would like to ask to panelists, in the context of the current pandemic and also in the post-pandemic world, what do you think should be the priorities of the bilateral relation? And which sector will require further development? And I appreciate if you can elaborate on this. So we continue in the same order. Professor Sunanda Sen, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think, to some extent, I referred to it in my first round, but there are more things to say. Yes, certainly both countries are in a similar state. None of them are doing very well in times of recession and pandemic. And in this context, I think, both India and Argentina, as developing countries, should try to see if through G77 or other bodies, there can be some respite in terms of some concessions from the advanced countries in terms of trade and also in terms of the finances. Argentina already was in serious distress and it had to approach the private creditors as well as the International Monetary Fund for a solution. And in the past also, Argentina's financial and currency history is very torrid. It has gone through many serious crises. But in the recent times, the default which came up in May this year, May 20, that really woke up some of the private creditors like BlackRock in United States, and they agreed to allow Argentina to float new bonds which could replace the old bonds. And the private creditors, along with BlackRock, they agreed to buy back the previous bonds, on basis of which Argentina borrowed. They agreed to buy back the previous bonds and also to subscribe the new bonds. So, this is something which, well, it was in mutual interest, of course. Not just Argentina, but also private creditors knew that they will lose the money if they don't help out. And IMF also came forward to some extent and said that we will, it did not, it is not like the old pattern of IMF where they always insisted that you must do the reform first and then you do something. But here, in this case, they were more generous and they were more sympathetic, and they did. So what I was trying to say is that both India and Argentina, they have similar position as a developing country. India will have a serious balance of payments crisis also, because what to do. Our exports are not doing so well. The country was in a lockout for so many days, and even now the system is not functioning. So you cannot imagine that the manufacturing sector or the agricultural sector will have as much to produce and export. So naturally, the trade front is rather bleak, and the financial front also. I mean, one thing I feel like mentioning, it is very strange. Our in today's world, finance and the real economy. I mean, this is my hobby horse, so I can't help. I've been writing on this in many places. So what I wanted to point out is that it is very rather strange situation where finance moves in a direction which is completely opposite. If you ask me, I won't be able to answer why the stock market, even the global stock market as well as the Indian stock market, and maybe in Argentina also, why they're doing well when when even the US election is not finalized, or when the political situation is not good, and of course in terms of economic reality, the whole world is in a very bad shape. So these are the things. So Argentina, you see, India is also caught up in the same kind of trap. So what happens, people put their money and speculate in these markets, and no concern with the real economy. So that money generates, you and me, we can invest in the stock market and get some capital gains, but that will not lead to any production, not any output. So, Argentina and India have a good scope of, uniting, joining hands, and at least do some more research on these areas and try to come out from this trap so that the real economy can be benefited. And as in the previous session, I mentioned that the current regime in Argentina is trying to generate demand in the real sector by, offering more to the poor people who are homeless, who are jobless, and so on. And that may help to some extent, because that will create some demand for production, and the demand for production will create demand for employment, and demand for employment will mean jobs, and that will mean, more demand. That is the circle. So therefore, I think India and Argentina have big possibilities of joining hands, putting their minds together and think of some cooperation where they arrive at a better state than what is going on right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your illuminating perspective. As you say, both countries have a common vision. We are developing countries. Argentina is under economic stress and needs the support of India and the international community to renegotiate its debt. I think it's very, very important, this. Now we continue with Professor Rubiolo. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, as I mentioned previously, there are many challenges. I believe both countries need to confront, but I will only address Argentina's one. I separated them in 4 points. The first one, I think, is one I already mentioned, is the need to articulate an integral overall strategy of foreign policy actions and economic insertion priorities in the Indo-Pacific as a whole, as a big region, not only directed to individual countries, as we usually do. Understanding that in this equation, India has a central role as an emerging Asian economy, potentially a giant one. And for us, it has a balancing role, especially in trade, because we have a high concentration on trade and a huge deficit bilateral relation with China. So India acts as a balancer there for Argentina. A second point would be for us to identify and actually develop a more diversified export basket, which has already been mentioned, is highly concentrated on commodities and low value added products from Argentina, reproducing an asymmetric style of relations. A third point related to the previous one would be the need to develop a more multi-level and multi-actoral approach to bilateral relations. This would be, I guess, integrating more the provinces in the decision-making processes of foreign policy and economic strategies towards India. Some provinces, as Dr. Gonzalo also mentioned, have a key role in the bilateral trade relations, such as Santa Fe and Cordoba. They concentrate 60% of bilateral trade, particularly exports to India, and the country is among the main destinations for both provinces. There is a need to identify particular needs and interests from these provinces and to articulate them to the overall economic and foreign policy strategy. And the fourth point, and I think we will all agree on this, and I guess it's the main reason for this event, is improving mutual knowledge, which is, I believe, a main and an urgent challenge. This could be motorized through national and provincial activities, channeled by universities, trade chambers, international relations secretaries in many of main provinces in Argentina. They are located in different territories, and they could help develop a better and more accurate understanding of Indian dynamic needs and particular characteristics which many sectors already don't know as well as we think, and both private and public sectors could be benefited from a strategy like this. I think these would be some further steps we could take to improve mutual relations in a coming future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rubiolo. Very interesting what you say about the need of multi-level and multi-actor perspective foreign policy. A good point. Now we continue with Professor Gonzalo.
Thank you, Bernabe. Well, as we were talking about, I think that our cooperation will be in the context of the Global South. And I think that this cooperation should be oriented, and our efforts should be oriented to solve our main problems, societal and productive problems. In this sense, as we know, both countries have a relevant structural heterogeneity, both productive and also social. India, since the 80s, have been introducing the mission-oriented framework to technological development and have a long-term, or at least more than 4 decades in implementing mission-oriented policies. This framework could be useful, and the experience of India could be useful for Argentina, because India is used to deal with structural heterogeneity. India have one of the main space programs for a developing country, and also a huge or a relevant part of the population with basic problems. In this sense, I will pop up some main issues that both countries should put as main challenge, and also both countries have some knowledge and experience to share. A main issue that appeared with the COVID is the housing problem. India have a lot of migrant workers, and this was an issue for the COVID spread. So, and Argentina also have an issue with housing. I think that here we could develop joint projects in terms of sustainability construction, in terms of pro-poor building, in terms of and a lot of industries that are related to construction and to housing. This is a main issue for both countries. Second, we have health. Yeah, I mean, India have a long-term and a really interesting pharma and health industry and sector. And in concrete, we can do cooperation in terms of kits, in terms of telemedicine, in terms of biotech, and why not in terms of vaccines. A third issue, as I said before, I think that energy and sustainability and clean energies are a main issue for both countries. India has a main challenge in terms of energy. India have a lot of, at least 8 public sector enterprises at energy, and we have vaca muerta. In this sense, that I think that we have to strengthen and to reinforce our relationship around vaca muerta and around the Indian energy challenge. In certain, well, as we know, India have a great big science history, mainly based on space, nuclear, and also defense. Also, the Indian Ocean is experiencing a weaponization process. I think that here, Argentina have also some capabilities, mainly in space and nuclear. For instance, both countries have been trying to involve the private sector in terms of space. Argentina tried with Frontech, and India is sending a lot of startups to space. We could share this experience, India could share this knowledge, and we could advance in this agenda. Also, audiovisual and e-learning is a main issue. India have a main market, and we have capabilities in terms of audiovisual. We have also public sector capabilities and private sector. I think that this is an underdeveloped sector, and we have to visualize that India have a 1.3 billion market. Well, you will speak about digitalization in the next panel, so I will not speak about digitalization, but it's a main issue. But I would like to point out two more challenges and issues. One is biotech and IT ecosystems cross-fertilization, incubation, and acceleration. I think that there is an opportunity for example, agri-tech cross-fertilization and acceleration and incubation between both countries. Agriculture for India is of main relevance. India needs to improve its productivity in agriculture, and we have capabilities and we have experience on this area. Finally, urban mobility is a main issue for India and also for us. We can develop joint projects on this area. To conclude, I think that clearly we have to broaden and to scale our cooperation. We need financing. We could think in a bilateral fund to finance universities, to finance long-term projects. It is really difficult to consolidate a long-term research project around both countries. We need this. I think that state-owned enterprises have a main role here for both countries, and we have to reinforce our relationship around this. And we have to reinforce our middle-sized actors in this relationship. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you to all. Thank you, Dr. Raghavan, Dr. Sen, and Dr. Rubiolo. I really enjoyed this panel. The intervention have been very, very clear in establishing the axis of our bilateral relationship. Let me highlight just few challenges that I believe are fundamental. I will summarize the future agenda in 5E. The first one is export diversification, as Professor Rubiolo and Professor Sen said. The second one is empowerment of science and technological cooperation, especially multi-purpose technology, software, biotechnology, nanotechnology. And as Professor Sen said, the creation of the India-Argentina Business Council last month will stimulate trade and collaboration on knowledge economy, especially clean energy, satellite industry, nuclear energy, and manufacturing. The third one is environmental sustainability. India is a leader in renewable energy, solar energy. Argentina has recently joined the International Solar Alliance. So one of the takeaways of the panel is that our countries can cooperate to support the global transition towards post-fossil society. The fourth E is encouraging of social inclusiveness. Technology transfer offer a great potential for tackling the multiple dimensions of poverty and inequality, which also encompass access to health, housing and employment, and quality education. So we can work together in this area. And finally, the 5E is enhancing of multilateralism. India and Argentina are members of G20, as Dr. Raghavan said. We are active partners. The promotion of multilateralism and the strengthening of the United Nations system are priorities for both countries. And as Professor Sen said, Argentina is under economic stress and needs the support of developing countries, India and international community to renegotiate its debts. And this will be an opportunity in terms of cooperation and multilateralism to work together. So we are on time. I would like to thank our panelists and also all the people who join us for this discussion today. Thank you so much. We continue with the next session now. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the panel on globalization, digitalization, and the future of work, lessons from the Global South. In this panel, we have 4 invited members. 3 of them are from India and 1 is from Argentina. They all come from renowned research institutes based in New Delhi and in Buenos Aires. These research institutes, they have objectives of capacity building, policy dialogue, and promoting cooperation among developing countries. And they focus on, among other topics, on global markets, technology, and development. So let's start by introducing the 4 panelists. We have Rajat Kathuria. Rajat has a PhD from the University of Maryland. He has an extensive career in teaching, research, and consulting with international organizations, and he's the director of ICREER. ICREER means Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, and it's in New Delhi. We also have Urvashi Aneja. Urvashi has a PhD from the University of Oxford. Her research focuses on the governance and sociology of new technologies and also on South cooperation. And she is the founding director of Tandem Research. She's also a columnist for the Indian Express. Now, Tandem Research is a new and very fast-growing research center also based in New Delhi. We have Sabyasachi Saha. He has a PhD from GNU in New Delhi. He's a researcher and a professor at RIS. His areas of expertise are innovation, technology, international trade, and industrial policy. RIS is the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, also a research institute in New Delhi. And from Argentina, we have Ramiro Albriel. Ramiro is a professor at the University of Buenos Aires. He's a principal researcher at CIPEC. He has led several global research projects relating to technology and labor, including a task force for the G20 and a project of the future of work in the Global South of the IDRC. And CIPEC is the Center of Public Policy for Equality and Growth in Buenos Aires. So we have here all experts in technology, labor, globalization. So let's talk about those topics. Let's start with the global market for services. We have a growing global market for services. So can you tell us more about the opportunities for India and for Argentina in this global market for services? How do you see these opportunities? How do you see them in a world post-pandemia? Are they changing? So let's start with Rajat. And you need to unmute the microphone first, Rajat.
Thank you, Jane, for that generous introduction. Thank you, RIS, and thank you, India, for inviting me to be on this panel. It's a privilege on this panel. It's after the president of Argentina, and where there was a lot of emphasis on technology and the future of work. And when India takes on the presidency of the G20 in 2022, I think there will also, from the Indian perspective, also be a lot of focus on technology and the future of work. So it's a privilege, as I said, and there's a lot to learn from Argentina, and I'm sure that several research institutions, including RIS, ICREER, and Tandem that I've just heard of today. Congratulations, Urvashi, and wish you all the best. I'm sure all of these institutions will be working towards developing a very robust agenda for the G20 for India's presidency in 2022. Let me try and address your question in the following manner. As India sort of goes through a structural transformation, and it's not a sort of very, very customary, Irene, structural transformation, because we moved from agriculture straight into services. Naturally, a lot of people feel that services is likely to be the panacea for India's problems, especially in the labor markets, because India has a huge demography. I won't call it a dividend yet, but it has a huge demographic advantage it needs to leverage. There's several people that are moving out of agriculture and coming into the labor market. There are several people coming into the labor market for the first time. So they're very, very large numbers. And a number of people think that services is likely to be the answer for India's labor market issues and provide productive employment opportunities. I, for one, don't think that services will sort of completely provide that opportunity. It has to be enmeshed and embedded with manufacturing. So it has to be manufacturing, which provides the labor-intensive jobs. And obviously, manufacturing is going to see a lot of services embedded in them. But it's no gainsaying the fact that services is going to become a dominant part of our economy in terms of GDP as we go along in the future. Currently, services sort of enjoy 60% or about thereabouts as a percentage of GDP. In developed markets, that number could go up to 80%. So I think India is on the trajectory to increase services as a percentage of GDP. But our employment, and when you look at the future of work, I think it rests on manufacturing. It rests on services embedded in manufacturing. That's going to be the core. And then there will be a lot of productive employment opportunities provided in new technology. But for that, India has to invest a lot in education. India has to invest a lot in skills. And we have to invest a lot in vocational training. So all in all, I am very optimistic that India will be able to address its labor market challenges and the future of work, but we have to do a number of things before we are actually able to leverage that. And I just want to sort of a word of caution that this services determination, as far as the labor market for India is concerned, I think it's a little overplayed. So those are my sort of opening remarks, Irene, and I'm happy to come back and take further questions.
Thank you. We now move to Urvashi.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to both the embassies. It's an honor and pleasure to be here. Rajat, I'm glad that this is an opportunity for you to know a little bit about Tandem as well. I should say from the from the beginning, I'm not an economist, so it's fairly intimidating to be among such wonderful economists. I work at the intersection of tech and society and how tech is changing social relations, including what it means for labor relations. So that's the perspective that I come from. And what we are very interested in Tandem is how technology gains are distributed within a society and the kind of capacities that are needed to enable a more equitable distribution of those technology gains. So my remarks, I think, will come from that perspective. And I think I'd just like to echo, to start with what Rajat pointed out. I think the emphasis on services to me also does seem overplayed. If you look at other economies, the capacity for manufacturing to absorb the large, low-skilled labor, it is manufacturing that provides that capacity. And within the services sector, especially if you look at automation trends, and if you look at how entry-level jobs are being automated, it's hard to imagine how the services sector alone could provide those jobs for young people entering the workforce. I think also, that being said, certainly the global services market does provide tremendous potential for employment creation in India. We are seeing that a fair bit already. And also in Indian policy documents, I think we are thinking about how we can provide some of the back-end services for a growing AI industry. Some of the data annotation, data labeling work, a lot of that we see happening in India. We see a lot of impact sourcing happening in India as well. But I think the point that I'd like to make here is that it is important to also look at what is the future of the AI industry itself, and then accordingly calibrate what could be the employment potential in a country like India. So I think a lot of the conversation is around how we can create new jobs through data annotation, through data labeling, and some of the back-end AI work. But if you speak to computer scientists and you look at where the AI space is headed, it does seem that big data is going to be less important 10 years from now. And I think that's the important thing to keep in mind as we design what could be the Indian contribution or how India fits into the global value chains around AI. So if you speak to a computer scientist, they will tell you that it is actually about small data and abstraction rather than big data. And if you look at recent developments around GPT-3, for an example, again, it points to that we may not need the large quantities of data annotation and labeling that in the next 10 years. So similarly, like with the export of our IT services, we must take a longer view of where the AI industry is headed as we think about how we can create those jobs within the AI global value chains. I think the second point that I'd like to make is that, which is reflecting on our own research at Tandem. So we do a lot of research on online labor platforms, and we have found in our research that it does enable access to work, particularly for women, for differently abled people, from people who come from peri-urban centers who may not have access to employment opportunities in their geographies. And workers are seeing an increase in earnings. There is a strong preference to this kind of work over manual work. And we are seeing some kind of partial formalization and standardization happen through online labor markets. So I think that is a very positive step for India. But I think the caution there to keep in mind is that we also do see some amount of de-skilling happening on these platforms. So a number of people who are working on these platforms are engineers, for an example, doing very menial tasks. So we have to keep an eye on that skill match. And I think the other point that we're seeing is that there's still not enough evidence on whether this increase in wages, access to work is actually resulting in economic empowerment. So if platforms are enabling some kind of formalization of work, what are the kind of corresponding digital financial services that we also need to introduce in financial products we need to design so that access to work also leads to economic empowerment. So our research shows that workers really struggle to save, for an example, and they really struggle to plan their finances. So I think these are important considerations as we think about the future of online work and the global services market. So I'll pause there, and of course, happy to come back on any of these points in the Q&A or the second round of questions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Urvashi. So now we'll hear from Savayashi.
Yeah, good morning to all our friends from Argentina, and good evening to colleagues who are from India. And truly honored to be part of this panel, of course, and great hearing Professor Rajat before me and Dr. Urvashi and Erin. Thank you for for your sharply pointed questions. But before coming to that, what I want to say in the beginning is that when we are talking about the services sector, of course, we are aware of the numbers, how it propels the larger chunk of the GDP in both countries. But, I want to share with you a story where, we see a very remarkable development in India in the last couple of years. Many around the world are aware of the Indian IT services industry and the successes it has had in the telecom industry. And primarily the discourse is about the private sector playing a major role in propelling the service sector in India to a large extent. But the remarkable part of it in the recent years is how government has pushed in as a major consumer as well as kind of enabler of the services sector. And that's where the public policy question comes in very sharply. And for a country of India's size, where we talk about inclusive development, where we talk about welfare state and reaching the last mile, be it for hundreds of reasons, including the SDGs, you need to create that connect, and the connect comes through digitalization, the appropriate use of digital technologies, and the like. But here I'll just share with you a couple of examples for everyone to have a understanding as to why government role and the role it has played in the last couple of years, and the public policy questions comes in so sharply in terms of having a service sector that utilizes the digital technologies, the new vintage of technologies so robustly. First of all, the entire area of financial inclusion, and it is not business as usual. It is not the usual way of thinking about financial inclusion. It happens, you have the financial sector in place, you have the banking sector in place, but yet you are in a position for a country of India's size where you cannot reach the last mile. So financial inclusion becomes extremely important. And here, as you have known about the Jan Dhan mobile trinity that has worked in the last couple of years, it has proved to be a hugely powerful tool in times of COVID, when there was lockdown, and direct benefit transfer to the marginalized and the underprivileged groups could be achieved through the DBT transfer. The Jan Dhan mobile trinity kind of the technology platforms that we have is of immense significance. Secondly, under the Digital India program, what government has been trying to do is to connect every village with the broadband connectivity through optical fiber connectivity. And what does it mean? It means in terms of taking the market closer to the local producers. So this is how the real economy effect of the services sector comes in. So services that fulfills every other requirement of life, be it education, health, businesses, financial services, agri-tech, etc. And let me tell you that there is a huge domestic footprint in whatever we see in terms of digital provision of services that is happening in these sectors, because domestic footprint, the self-reliance is very much part of the entire agenda. Because when we talk about digitalization and globalization, as the theme of the session says, there are two things that we should always keep in mind. First of all, about the technology dependence that is there, the chances of technology over dependence that is there, and also the technology obsolescence. So unless and until you have the indigenous capabilities on digital technologies, you cannot have your confidence in place in both in terms of dependence as well as how to manage your future pathways on this. Thirdly, something that is happening, a very significant development in recent times is about, as we know, the G20 mandate of the universal health coverage. But how do you do that? How do you see it happening? And for a country of India's size, unless you have everybody connected through platforms, we already have created that base to some extent. There is this health insurance scheme that reaches even the poor people. It's a huge health insurance scheme called the Ayushman Bharat. And the national health stack that is coming up, it would try to connect governments at all levels. So that's where the demand comes in. It connects both the public and the private sector providers. And then you have this initiative called the Smart Cities, where we see the integrated management of systems when it comes to urbanization. In the previous session, speakers pointed out in this area, in terms of energy, transport, as well as utilities. When we are talking about circular economy, when we are talking about sustainable consumption and production, how do you create the dashboards that helps you manage these systems better? Smart cities and the integrated management of systems is coming in very heavily, and private sector, public sector, and the private sector collaboration that is happening has a lot of lessons to offer for the development pathways for the future. Similarly, when we talk about agriculture, sustainable agriculture, nutrition, sanitation, etc., that you have the rural-urban divide in all of this, and to bridge such divides, you take help of digital services, and that's where the role of the government becomes very important. My final point would be, at this point, before coming, maybe at a later stage, about the larger questions about how we see future of work and the other areas, how COVID pandemic has changed the whole landscape. These are interesting times. COVID pandemic has actually brought in much the behavioral change that we all thought would be important towards pushing people towards digitalization, accepting digital technologies in their lives. So COVID pandemic has kind of helped or brought in this behavioral change. So whatever happens to the services sector, it is very much part of how society absorbs these technologies and how government foresees utilizing these technologies in reaching out to the people and society. I stop here for now.
Thank you, Sabyasachi. And let's now hear from Ramiro.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. First, I will pick up on your final comments, Sabayashi, about COVID-19 and digitalization. I think that what we are seeing is like a continuity in a process, in a long-run process of deglobalization of manufacturing and a deeper globalization in digital goods and digital services, right? In a way, I think that we will have much more trade in bits than in goods or atoms in the future. And I think that the COVID-19 just accelerated this trend, right? And so talking about global services particularly, I think that we are also witnessing a unification, a creation of a single market for this type of services across the globe. And I think that it represents huge opportunities for our countries. We have capabilities and we are much cheaper than workers up in the north. So I believe that there's a huge opportunity there. I think that for India, maybe I'm more optimistic than you, because I don't know why, but I think that it's going to be the Indian model in a way, right? In a way, we had this manufacturing-led Chinese growth model, and we are moving toward this services model that in a way has more to do with Indian history, with Indian development, with Indian capabilities, with Indian demographics as well. So I think that you are set to lead. That's my optimistic view about this. But of course, again, we share a history of failure about managing structural transformation. So I'm not saying that we are just going that you're going to be part of the high income group anytime soon if we don't think, we don't change what we do. So again, I think that there's an opportunity there, but also there's a set of challenges that are huge in India and in Argentina as well. I think that the biggest challenge in both cases is to avoid the idea of we have these aisles that are connected to the global market. And instead of that, how can we expand these sectors and make it part of our traditional sectors, right? Just in a way, just following Rashad's ideas, right? How can we increase the services content of exports, the value added in traditional production? Maybe that's our main goal. Now, in Argentina specifically, we are not that big or as big as India. We are not that young. We are not that cheap. So in a way, our challenges are different. But again, it has to do with the same idea of Rashad's idea, right? How can we reinforce pre-existing capabilities? How can we recover dynamism in traditional sectors? For example, we have this in agribusiness in Argentina, but we lack this dynamism in manufacturing. So I think that if we are thinking about development, we need to think more about how to connect different sectors inside our country than how can we export these services as aisles, to the global market. And I believe that there we have the same challenge. We share the same challenge. Of course, in Argentina, we also need dollars to make our economy function. So there we have also a huge challenge in the near future, and maybe this sector can provide some solution about this, our own specific traditional historic problem of scarcity of dollars. But again, I think that there's an opportunity there. I think that for India is higher than for Argentina. I think that we can learn from each other at the policy level, at the private sector level, and also at an academic level, just listening, sharing data, sharing comments, and so on. So, well, I will just stop here.
Thank you, everyone. So there are a lot of points in common in what you're saying. Some of you are talking about having bridges between services and manufacturing. You're talking about the urban and rural divide, and also the point of, in India, having cases of qualified workers sometimes reducing to doing menial work. And these are different points, but they all point towards something similar, which is if we want a service sector and technology to be a motor of development, it needs to be something that benefits a large part of the population. A country cannot grow based on services. It's only a very few people are able to work in services and have skills that are compatible with working in services. So clearly, to services to be a motor of growth, there needs to be a lot of adapting of the workforce to take advantage of these services, not only to work in services directly, but also take advantage of these services in manufacturing, in agriculture. And in that sense, there is a lot of investment in education and in infrastructure to do to improve on this front. So let's keep talking about technology. So technology is becoming ever more sophisticated, and artificial intelligence is becoming a reality. So let's talk about artificial intelligence. Is it transforming industries in India and Argentina? Is it a reality in a relevant way? In what manner, and how can we exploit artificial intelligence, and how can we exploit technology more generally for development? And we start again with Rajat. And Rajat, I'm going to tell you once again to unmute the microphone.
I don't know how it keeps getting muted because I don't mute it. Okay. Am I audible now? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes, we lost you for a second, but you're back.
Okay, I think this is an extremely interesting and pertinent question. So let me try and address, AI is sort of, one can look at AI in the form of a general purpose technology. And let me try and sort of adapt my remarks to the broader question of services and employment as well. So bear with me while I sort of develop the argument. In ICRIER, a couple of months ago, we did a paper on the impact of artificial intelligence on GDP through the conduit of what is called total factor productivity. And what we found was that a unit increase in AI, which, as I said, is a general purpose technology, would have a positive impact on GDP, which means that, often technology gets blamed or sort of blamed for being displacing in its sort of manifestation or in its impact. And what we tried to show through that report, yes, of course, technology will have a displacement effect, but it will also have a sort of a reinstatement effect, which is what we tried to demonstrate. It will increase the size of the pie. So let's park this argument for a moment in our minds that AI or any other technology is likely, especially in a country like India, especially a country emerging markets, and I'm sure the same will be true for Argentina as well, technology will have an impact which is positive on overall GDP. So for example, a unit increase in AI will impact the GDP positively, and therefore create the potential for sort of hiring more people, provided they have the right skills and have the right education. I think that's where the point of skilling and education and vocational becomes extremely important. And we don't have time to develop that. But as technology finds its way through in India, skilling and complementary education skills will absolutely be essential. And they'll have to keep up with the times rather than being embedded in the past, rather than catering to what the labor force wanted 20 years ago. We need to adapt the education, skills, and vocational training system to what the labor market will need 10 years from now, because as somebody said, obsolescence is very, very high, and obsolescence is working very fast. So, but I'm optimistic, as I said, Irene. I think that AI and technology will have a sort of reinstatement effect in India. And why do I say that? I say that, and again, I'm trying to link it to, I'll make two more points. I'm trying to link it to the labor markets. And I think it's extremely important from India's point of view to relate the debate on globalization and technology on the labor market. And the reason I say that is because robotization in India's labor market is the lowest in the world today. If I use that as a manifestation of how sort of technology has displaced existing labor, I think it's minuscule, it's minimal, because India will continue to have a comparative advantage in labor-abundant services, in labor-intensive manufacturing. India will continue to have a comparative advantage there, and therefore I was speaking of services embedded manufacturing and services embedded agriculture, etc. That will be the route that India needs to take. The other thing I really wish to emphasize in this conversation is the alarmist sort of narrative that jobs are going to be displaced and 69% of India's labor force is vulnerable to technological change. I think doesn't do any service to India's public service institutions or public policy institutions, because once you get alarmist, people are going to throw up their hands and say, gee, there's nothing I can do about it. So I think we shouldn't be alarmist, because there is no reason to be alarmist, because jobs are not going to get displaced. It's tasks, for heaven's sake, that are going to get displaced, but tasks are going to have complementary operators, complementary people who would need to run those machines, who would need to run those programs. So therefore, I'm saying there'll be a reinstatement effect. And finally, I want to pick up on something that Urvashi had started talking about, and I think it's extremely important, and COVID has laid this bare, again, relating it to the labor market in India, which is that there has been so much of sort of unemployment in the aftermath of COVID, especially because of India's informal sector. And given technology is going to result in what is called non-formal or non-standard forms of employment, which don't have access to any sort of social protection and health insurance, what I'm saying, and I'm sort of making this plea for India, making this plea for Argentina and other emerging markets, is that we need to extend social security protection. We need to extend social security and health insurance, maybe sort of divorce it from the labor market institution, divorce it from your jobs, but for heaven's sake, have, for non-standard forms of employment, have social protection. It's not going to be too expensive on the exchequer. This is the need of the hour, because you'll have non-standard forms of employment, you'll have independent workers, you'll have gig workers, and often they don't have access to formal employment, and therefore don't have access to formal sort of social protection. And I think COVID has exposed the infirmities in India's labor market, as it has in other labor markets. And I think this is the time for countries like India to extend social security protection to informal workers, to gig workers, because as Urvashi said, they're going to become, platform workers are going to become an integral part of our economy. And let me conclude my remarks by saying that I don't disagree that services is certainly going to be a sort of a creator of employment. But once you look at the magnitude, look at the scale of India, 12 million people on average entering the labor force every year, 1 million a month, 12 million a year for the next decade. Even if you don't believe those numbers, even if they are an order of magnitude, I don't see that services by themselves could be labor intensive in terms of absorbing the kind of labor force. Of course, you need the skills and education also complementary to be able to do that. And that's the remark I was making. Look at the scale, look at the magnitude. Platforms, technology is going to be, of course, you can't throw it out of the window. Of course, it's going to be there. Of course, it's going to provide employment. But at scale, I have my doubts. And my last point, Irene, I promise you I won't speak after this, is that services liberalization globally has been much more difficult than goods liberalization. To liberalize services, liberalize labor markets, of course, India has always been talking about liberal labor markets, and services liberalization is going to be a lot more difficult. Globalization in services will be a lot more difficult than globalization in goods. But I think from the global point of view, if we approach labor markets as global markets rather than fragmented markets, I think the demographic decline that we are seeing in the West can to some extent be met by the demographic upsurge that we see in countries like India and other countries, emerging markets. So let's put this discourse on the table. Let's look at a global market in labor. Of course, it could be naive for me to suggest that, and I recognize I'm being naive given the political differences and given the kind of things that have happened with Brexit and Trump's election in 2016. But let's have a discussion and let's put it on the table. Can we think of a labor market which is global in nature so that declines in one part of the world can be met by upsurges in other parts of the world? Thank you, Irene. I think I've taken more time than I should have, but I really am very passionate about this subject.
Thank you so much, Rajat, for your interesting comments. Let's now hear from Urvashi.
Thanks, Irene. Thanks, Rajat. I mean, for bringing up the point about social protection. I mean, just to echo that, I think with COVID, we are seeing a growing platformization of work, even traditional sectors, that possibility now exists. So the importance of social protection becomes really important and delinking it from formal employment. And I think one of the interesting things we're seeing in the global South with regard to the platform economy is that platforms are also being used to layer other services, so financial services, skilling, etc. And it's really important to get that architecture right. And I think linked to that, and this might seem like a side comment, but I do think it is important, is that question of data. There is a huge amount of data that is being collected through these platforms, and that data could be a really important source of informing labor market policy, but the potential for misuse is also very, very high. So as we're thinking about this architecture for social protection, and we're using platforms to deliver welfare in new ways, we must think about that data point. And I think we also then need to think about what that trade union looks like in a platform economy, right? Who speaks for labor in a platform economy? How does labor come together? What are their opportunities for collective bargaining? And with that fragmentation of the labor force on platforms, what could be the alternative frameworks for it? I think I'm less optimistic maybe than Rajat is about the potential of the AI industry. I think I agree with you on that. It's not about jobs being displaced, it's about tasks being displaced. But I also feel that over a period of time, the way businesses organize themselves will also change. And you may not need certain kinds of people at certain kinds of roles. So you may not need as many people at an entry-level job as you need. And that might take time. So displacement might be around tasks, but the restructuring of businesses would, over a period of time, change the type of jobs and perhaps also the quantity of jobs. And again, if we look at previous waves of technologization, it is typically women who have got the shorter end of the stick on this. So I think it is really important to think about how we protect women in the AI industry, or as AI starts transforming industries. I also think it is important, and I'm just adding on, I don't want to repeat what was previously said. I also think it's important to think about technological choices. So what are the choices that one has to make as a labor surplus country, and how are those choices different from an industrialized economy, or where you have a shortage of labor? And it might be different choices around automation. So I think that's an important point as well. And I think the other point that we have to think about also is that I think the massive growth in the AI industry has also happened alongside the growth of very large technology companies. So it is, in some sense, certain kind of monopolistic practices and network effects that have enabled the accumulation of the large quantities of data that have enabled a lot of AI progress. So I think that we have to also think about what are the broader impacts for the market, and where are these, and how does it matter where these big global companies that are at the forefront of AI are located? Does it matter that they're global companies? Does it matter that they're domestic companies? And what impact does the network effects have for new companies to be able to join the AI industry marketplace? And I think we see that quite clearly in India. And I think finally, I think the skilling question is key. It is really, really important that we make sure that we do have the right skills in place. But I do think that the issue there is that the people who lose their jobs or who have less opportunities to find new jobs may not be the same ones who are able to upskill quickly enough. So there is likely to be some kind of generational lag, which makes it even more important to think about the social protection issue and to think about the welfare inputs that we need to make to kind of smoothen the transition. And I think all of this really just a large part of it comes down to investing in the analog components of the digital economy. There isn't an easy substitution for education and skills, and until we are and only by investing in those will we be able to leverage some of the productivity and efficiency gains that are offered by the way AI is transforming industries. Thank you.
Thank you, Urvashi. Let's now hear from Sabyasachi.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. We have heard the responses from previous speakers. AI is a very, very broad term, and we have several technologies converging when we say AI, and we know the broader connotations of how we see the sudden amplification of these concept, as well as the ramifications it has for businesses and societies. But the question in front of us, of course, is what we want such technologies to do for us. Currently we are very impressed, as Dr. Aneja has said, that big tech companies, providing us with solutions, coming up with every other day a new kind of business use of what these technologies can provide us with. Several things even we had never thought that we'll be using a few years back, the way we used to think, the way we used to conduct our lives. But technology has impacted our personal as well as social behavior to a large extent. But the burning question at this point is, can we get across the market failure problems that even, that is very prone to this class of technologies, this business segment as well? And why it is important going forward is that we know that the world is in urgent need of sustainability. The world is in urgent need of sustainable consumption and production. Yes, doomsday predictions about AI and labor market implications may not be entirely correct, because then, future of work becomes future of everything. If we have job loss, if we have replacement effect to the magnitude that we hear predictions telling us, that would kind of foretell future of everything. The societies would be unstable. So that is a very different story. But at the same time, if we can intelligently use some of these new vintage of technologies in connecting with sustainable priorities, in terms of inclusive development, be it sustainable, going back to my previous points about sustainable management of cities and transportation, disaster preparedness, how you bridge the gaps that we have with communities, how you bring in financial inclusion, what kind of changes you see in the healthcare services industry, and where we see, these are questions where several other public policy as well as regulatory questions come into the front in terms of financing the service delivery by utilizing AI. In terms of the charges, user charges, of several of these things, you have to have an equitable impact of utilization of such technologies on the society, as well as, in terms of the kind of environmental sustainability that we desire. And AI is a very powerful tool. It is a very powerful tool in the sense that it can magnify whatever we do to a large extent. It can inform societies, it can change societal behavior, and we can use it very positively in terms of bringing in the kind of change that is urgently required at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabyasachi. Let's now switch to Ramiro.
Okay, I'm going to keep it short too. First, I think that, again, I'm going to be the optimistic of the table, maybe. But, I mean, economic growth is a byproduct of technological change. I mean, it's impossible to think that we will get improvements in well-being without technological adoption, without thinking new ideas, new artifacts, new technologies, right? So we cannot miss that, because we are emerging countries, because we failed to adopt technologies on the first place. I mean, I think that this is, in a way, what I'm saying, following Rashad's idea, is that we need to foster technological change until manage the consequences of that. But we cannot block technological change, because it means being an underdeveloped economy, basically. So this is my first message. Second, what is AI? AI is many things, as Sabayashi said, but maybe it's about creating data-rich environments, right? Big data, small data, whatever, and make decisions out of it. And for Latin America, we did the same exercise as you, Rashad, for Latin America, following Philip Achon's, growth model. And we found the same outcome, that it's an opportunity to stop depending on good luck. I mean, we are always trying to see if commodity prices are going to go up, because that's the only way we can get improvements in well-being. And that's not the way. I mean, for once, we can try to focus on ideas, on technology, on productivity. So I think that AI as a general purpose technology gives you this opportunity. That's my view. And in Latin America, again, we always prefer just to wait for someone knocking on your door saying, okay, this is economic growth, this is for you. No, I mean, we need to create that. We need to foster technological change and deal with the consequences. And of course, in order to do that, I think that the skills dimension is key. Of course, we all said that, but again, as maybe with previous technologies, it was not the case. Maybe it was more about technology. It was more about artifacts. But now I believe that it's really about skills. And I'm not sure if technology is always displacing labor. I mean, maybe with the first industrial revolution, we had this skilling, right? With children inside factories. But then with the electricity, it was totally different. And then with the ICTs in emerging Asia, also, it creates a lot of jobs. So I think that we have to make a bet for AI or for technology for the future. But I'm also realistic, and I think that we, as emerging countries, have a lot of problems trying to change schooling for learning, right? I mean, we have a lot of schooling, but then who's learning? How they are learning? So, and again, maybe in this future labor market, we will need skills associated with technology, but also soft skills. And we don't even have an idea about that in the emerging world. So just to sum up, there's a lot to do, but I think that the opportunity is there.
Thank you, everyone. Yes, I share many of your views. Argentina and India are labor-intensive countries, but that means that there is a huge opportunity for technology to improve labor productivity. And like small investments in technology can mean huge increases in productivity. with a condition: as long as these investments in technology are complementary to labor. If they are substitute for labor, then they are not improving labor productivity. They are maybe improving the production process. But if we want to think of a shared prosperity environment of technology adoption, we need to think about complementarities, and of course that goes hand in hand with education. Now, I am optimistic about this because having something available somehow creates the incentives for skills to develop. Like if we go back centuries and we think about when Gutenberg invented the printing press, that was a motor that generated a literate world. I mean, people learned to read because of this. So technology can be also a motor for improvement of skills. So I am optimistic, like many of you, but with a huge caveat. Transitions can be very long and can be very hard. And structural change is always composed of a huge transition. So it's not the same to think about a future equilibrium in which everyone has high skills and works with technology. That future is far from now. So I agree with Ramiro, let's jump at this opportunity, and also let's take in mind that we need to make that transition as smooth as possible in terms of investment in education, in terms of social security networks. There are many, many things to do. So we are almost out of time. There are a couple of minutes if one of you wants to share some final thoughts. Does any of you think that the COVID situation has been a push towards adopting technology? Are children learning more about technology? Are children and teachers learning more? And can this be beneficial somehow? Can we take something beneficial out of the COVID-19 situation in terms of technology adoption?
Oh, certainly. I mean, if you permit me, I think positive dark we see positive, I think, embrace or embrace for India. Another positive, we begin to place in place policies that are more sustainable, as Sabyasachi is emphasizing, and also more inclusive. But if I could sort of use an analogy, in India, when we had this demonetization in 2016, a lot of people were very apprehensive about using sort of digital currency and digital technology for payments. But necessity is the mother of invention. And I think what happened was there was a lot of behavioral change towards using digital payments. And in the course of the 4 years, what has happened is that people have become much more sort of able and much more aware and much more likely to use it. Their sort of risk and vulnerabilities have become much less. And of course, there's a public policy dimension also to it. But from a behavioralist perspective, I think technology adoption, there was a shock and people adopted technology. And I think COVID is a similar shock, although it sort of encompasses much more than just the payment sector. And some of the technological adoption, I think, will become permanent in nature. It will not remain, all of it will not remain permanent, but some of it will remain permanent. It reminds me of a model that I did in graduate school called the Don Bush overshooting model, which says basically that when you have a shock, the initial response of the market is to overshoot the long-run equilibrium value. And I think COVID has just done that in terms of technology. We've overshot probably in the aftermath of COVID. We've overshot in some sense technology, using too much of technology. Sort of as things become normal, we'll come down, but the new equilibrium will be higher than from where we started, which is sort of what Don Bush said, and which is what I think is going to happen. Some of the changes will become permanent and will be there to stay. And I think this will be a good thing.
Well, we are going to finish here. So it's been a pleasure being in this panel. Thanks to everyone here. And thanks to the organizers for putting together this group of people and this conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning and good evening to everybody. I welcome you all to this third session on India and Argentina in the new world order post-COVID. I am Ricardo Carciofi, Research Fellow at the Center of Implementation of Public Policies in Argentina, and I will have the pleasure to moderate this session. I am in the company of very distinguished panelists, and I will introduce them in a moment. As you may know, this is an activity, a dialogue among Indian and Argentine think tanks, and is related to the G20, that is the think tanks that are working closely to the agenda of the countries that are members of the G20. Today's topic is very relevant. The title of the session conveys in itself a lot of content. It refers to the notion of world order post-COVID. And in fact, is there such a thing as a world order? In what sense? Is it stable? Is it evolving? What is the actual meaning of post-COVID? In fact, as we know, the prevailing form of governance of the global order in the last 70 years that centered around multilateralism is increasingly into question. The stress and limitations on some multilateral institutions are already visible. Furthermore, the difficulty of finding effective ways for governing global commons, climate change, biodiversity, the oceans, are also quite evident. And going back to the title, again, we have an explicit invitation to think in ways and productive forms of cooperation between Argentina and India in order to contribute to a more reliable and effective world order. Let me refer very briefly to the dynamics of the following discussion. We will have 2 rounds of interventions, 5 minutes each for each panelist, following the sequences of the program. As for the theme of the first round, I kindly suggest if you could elaborate on the nature of the current crisis of multilateral governance, how it is affecting the institutional architecture it rests upon, and whether it is possible to adapt or reinvent multilateralism in order to cope with current challenges. So, without further ado, I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Jorge Chediak. Is former director of the UN Office of South-South Cooperation. In March 2016, Mr. Chediak was appointed by the United Nations Secretary General as his envoy on South-South Cooperation. Prior to this, Mr. Chediak served as the UN coordinator of the UNDP and UNDP resident representative in Brazil. Prior to that, representative in Peru, Nicaragua, deputy resident representative in Cuba, and deputy resident in Uruguay. Mr. Chediak holds a Master in Foreign Service from Georgetown University and a Bachelor in Political Sciences from Catholic University in Buenos Aires, Argentina. So, Mr. Chediak, the mic is yours, and if you could elaborate 5 minutes on this question. I know that the question is very wide and difficult to narrow down, but please do the effort to do this. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Carciofi. Dear friends, let me start by thanking the Embassy of India, CPEC and RIS for putting together this event. And in itself, the fact that we're having this event tells us how much the infrastructure of international relations have changed. Not just by the technological feasibility of us being able to put together this meeting, but the fact that the links between think tanks of the South is so robust and so strong. That was not possible many years ago. We did not have contacts with each other, and if we did, it was generally intermediated by centers from the North. It's a point that I always make when I go to the great events in Delhi that RIS organizes. So in a way, the fact that we're having this type of event reflects a change of the dynamic of international relations. Going back to the structure of the nucleus of the question, I have been an international civil servant for over 30 years. I'm about to finalize a career. And as a UN person, I saw how valuable the contributions of multilateralism can be in the construction of a better world. Throughout my career, I saw the UN organizing humanitarian operations in a massive scale. I saw the UN advocating the best causes in terms of development. I saw the UN promoting great ideas to build a better world. I saw the UN being the only space with different factions from within a country could sit together and agree on dimensions for their own countries. So the multilateral system, I am a believer because I was a practitioner and I saw how much it can do. At the same time, we're very conscious that the architecture is not what it should be. It does not reflect the reality that I mentioned in my first intervention, the technological changes, the imbalance of the rebalancing of the interests of the North and the South and of the capabilities of the South. As Prime Minister Modi said in his speech at the United Nations General Assembly, the world of 1945 was significantly different from today's world. The global situation, sources, resources, problem solutions were all quite different. And as a result, the form and the composition of the institution established with the aim of global welfare were in accordance with the prevailing situation of those times. Today, we're in a completely different era. And we have to agree that the evolution of the global architecture has not accompanied this reality. Also, President Fernandez said basically the same thing when he said, ello requiere que reconozcamos la importancia del equilibrio. El equilibrio es restablecer las prioridades del sistema multilateral, empezando por los últimos para llegar a todos. Tenemos que ser arquitectos de una nueva casa común. Antes de la pandemia, se planteó la necesidad de reformar el Consejo de Seguridad de las Naciones Unidas. Hay acuerdos sobre rehabilitar la Organización Mundial de Comercio. Se planteó la crisis del mecanismo de instituciones de Bretton Woods y todos los eslabones de la arquitectura multilateral nacida de la posguerra
resulting from the post-world period have to be changed. Entonces se necesita cambio. Y entonces, ¿cómo podemos impactar en ese cambio? Voy a entrar en detalle.
In the second part of the session, during which we're going to discuss that matter. But suffice it to say that at this stage, that we have to start by the recognition that the system is unbalanced and that countries from the South can have to work together consistently and coherently to advance a new agenda, which at the same time should be reflected in the changes of the global institutions. This year is very paradoxical because being the 75th anniversary of the UN, the Secretary General wanted this to become a moment to rethink multilateralism. And actually the process has been triggered by an external factor, the pandemic, which in itself should have been the perfect occasion to test multilateral institutions that we have built it, and we know all the limitations that we have confronted. So in the next stage, I will concentrate on how to do and what to do together. Thank you, Professor.
Many thanks, Jorge. You have been very clear and strict to the point with the time limit. So let me introduce now to our second panelist. This is Professor Sachin Chaturvedi. He is the Director General of Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS. RIS is a New Delhi-based policy research institute supported by the government of India. He was Global Justice Fellow at the Macmillan Center for International Affairs at Yale University. He has done his PhD in economics. He works on issues related to development economics involving development finance, sustainable development goals, and South-South cooperation, apart from trade, investment, and innovation linkages with a special focus on WTO. He's also a member of the Board of Governance at the Reserve Bank of India. He's one of the foremost commentators on India's external sector, economic engagements, and partnerships. He has authored and edited more than 20 books, apart from contributing to several chapters and research papers in prestigious journals. So, Professor Chaturvedi, the mic is with you.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Ricardo, for your very generous introduction. And it's a great pleasure to have this panel with some of my great friends. Each one of them I have had great opportunity of working. So I'm extremely delighted in their august presence. And I think, Mr. Moderator, you have set the tone very right, beginning with the multilateralism. And I'm very glad that my very dear friend Jorge spoke before me and set the ball rolling, not only as a practitioner, but also as somebody who is passionately involved in terms of how the actors from the South scale up their contribution in the global governance. And that's the point I would like to highlight, Professor Ricardo, when it comes to the crisis of multilateralism. I think the crisis of multilateralism is emanating not only because there is rise in nationalism and there is rise in the power to assert and create disequilibrium in the global processes, but there is also a rise in South's disengagement in contribution in terms of the innovation that is needed for global governance. And it is this contribution that we need to come out from. This sort of amnesia that has set in, I think, is something that we need to address. As I said, I have my friends on the panel, and I'm very much in awe with the paper that Gladys very kindly contributed when she visited RIS. And this paper is worth reading. It is about the theories that have emerged from Latin America when it comes to our thinking in terms of not only global governance, but about the theory of development. So the crisis of multilateralism is emerging because there is a crisis in our perception on economic development and social development that we see. And the contributions that came from the intellectuals of the South, particularly in 60s and led by none other than country like Argentina with Raul Prebisch and many others, the conceptual frameworks have moved, and several contributions from the region, from Latin America with Argentina in the lead, but also the Brazilian contributions and ACLEC's own leadership role that ACLEC played in terms of providing the roadmap for development. That is what has disappeared with the structural adjustment program and the Washington consensus that we heard. And as a result, the alternative ideas to the monetarist school of thinking with the structuralist contributions to multilateralism has not happened. So while I see the assertive rise of the North against the multilateral institutions and some of the actors from the South also contributing to that rise and creating their own poles of assertion and disequilibrium in multilateral institutions, the South is equally responsible by not giving innovative solutions to the problem. And as a result, the trade and the linkage and the dominance of trade with the development theory is something that we have lost out on. So now I think the time has come when multilateralism should be revisited. The idea of plurilateral understandings, the idea of minilateral understandings is going to ruin the world further. We need the global agreements. We need a much more vibrant, much more responsive United Nations when we are celebrating the 75 years of the United Nations. We need to revisit, and United Nations would have to revisit the mandate with which it was established, and would have to see the aspirations and hopes of the people of millions from the South, whether they are really getting the just economic order that they want. And as I see my time is coming to an end, I would close by saying that multilateralism would continue when Southern actors become more innovative, more constructive, and more engaged with the alternative thought processes which come out from the structural economic thought that Raul Prebisch and people from that school gave us. Thank you.
Many thanks, Professor Chaturvedi. Very clear. Also, your concepts are very timely to have a clear mention to Professor Prebisch and ECLAC and the contributions to the development debate in Latin America and also the South-South dialogue. Now we go to Professor Pant. He's a Director of Studies and Head Strategic Studies Program, Observer Research Foundation at New Delhi. Professor Pant is also Professor of International Relations at King's College in London. He also is the Director of the Delhi School of Transnational Affairs at Delhi University. Dr. Harsh has been a visiting professor at many universities, at the Indian Institute of Management at Bangalore, the visiting fellow at the Center for the Advanced Study of India at the University of Pennsylvania, visiting scholar at the Center for International Peace and Security at McGill University, and also a visiting fellow at the Australia-Indian Institute, University of Melbourne. His current research is focused on Asia security issues, and his most recent books include New Directions in India's Foreign Policy Theory and Practice and India's Nuclear Policy. So, Professor Harsh, the mic is with you, and you have 5 minutes for your reflections. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Ricardo, and thank you, for two other speakers who have actually covered a lot of ground. I would just like to reiterate some of the things that perhaps were said in a different context, and I would also add a few bits to it. Because I think, at a time when we are all looking at the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, it is also quite telling that there is a lot of disappointment about the way the multilateral order has responded to one of the most important challenges on public health of our times. So clearly there is a dissonance there in terms of how far we have come in developing UN and its related institutions, and some of the ineffectiveness that we are witnessing in front of us today. Important public officials in various countries have been quite vocal about it, including in India, that just when it was most needed, multilateral order seems to have fallen by the wayside in this crisis. So clearly the crisis is there. The crisis is palpable. The crisis is, it's a crisis that is being felt not simply at the elite level. It is a crisis that is being felt at the street level, if I may use the word, because especially in this public health episode where individuals are getting affected, I think the question about the credibility of the entire global multilateral order is at stake. If an ordinary Indian or an ordinary Argentinian does not believe that the multilateral order has any role to play in this biggest health crisis of the world, then I think multilateral order may very well disappear. So clearly, I think the challenges are huge. The challenges are, and there are good reasons for that, and that's what I wanted to come to. I think one of the big shifts that is happening is, of course, the structural shift. And I think unless we acknowledge that the multilateral order that was there, that had been established over the last 7 decades, had been built on a certain power structure, and that power structure is now at an inflection point. Great power contestation is at an all-time high, and major powers do not see global governance through the similar prism. I think that idea needs to be brought front and center in our conversations, because we cannot assume that major powers going forward will come to terms with this reality, and therefore we have to be ready for alternatives. So you, on the one hand, you have this shift in the power challenge. On the other, you have a shift in terms of how one process, which was, I think, a great tribute to the global multilateral order, as I think was pointed out at the very beginning, in bringing us all together, this sense of globalization, this sense that we are all one, that sense is breaking down. And I think unless we acknowledge that there is something going wrong there as well, we won't be able to find solutions to those problems. So this idea of deglobalization being nurtured in different countries in different ways has also now reached the point where street is involved in this. So the debate is no longer at the elite level. You go to a common market, you go to a street where people are discussing the implications of what is happening to the fractures in globalization and how it is impacting an individual. And I think that's going to be one of the fundamental challenges going forward. The other challenge is, of course, that you have new voices, which do not, new powers, which do not have adequate representation, which are not allowed, which are not there at the highest decision-making bodies. So therefore, there is a great dissonance here, that you have, on the one hand, emerging powers. Some powers are part of the structure. Some powers are not part of the structure, trying to get there, are not being allowed to to enter the system. On the other hand, you have those emerging powers, and in a major power in this case, which are trying to take the multilateral order in a different framework, institutional and normative. So, and then you have the established major powers that had established this system in 1945, no longer as invested in the system as they were earlier. So the challenge is coming from manifold. It's a manifold challenge where power structures, where those who established this order are withdrawing from the system. So when we talk of America first, when we talk of American retrenchment, when we talk of Western Europe's turmoil, European Union's turmoil from within, we are also looking at the fact that these powers had shaped this order for a very long time. And so therefore, as I think Sachin pointed out, the onus is on southern countries to provide alternatives. And unfortunately, what is happening is that we are moving towards a fractured multilateralism where, whether it is minilaterals, plurilaterals, issue-based coalitions that are defining the narrative, that are becoming prominent in solving problems. So if you have a problem, whether it's security related, even health related, for example, that we saw, economics, where we are talking of economic decoupling, where we are talking of supply chain shifting in a different direction, restructuring of supply chains. What we are looking at is a fracturing of that multilateral order, and that fracturing of multilateral order will have grave consequences both for North-South and South-South cooperation, because ultimately identities will have to be reformulated and reframed. And that's the challenge that I think the multilateral institutional framework will have to find as it moves forward. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Professor Pant. Let's quote two ideas. The crisis is already at the street level, and we have fractured multilateralism. These are two important notions to retain. Then we go to Professor Gladys Lechini. She's professor at the Rosario National University, and he's a member of the National Research Council of Argentina. Gladys holds a PhD in sociology at the University of São Paulo. She's a master in social sciences, and she holds a degree in political sciences and international relations. She is the director of the PhD program in international relations at the National University of Rosario, and she is also the director of the School of International Relations in the Faculty of Political Sciences and International Relations in Rosario as well. Gladys, the mic is with you. You have the 5 minutes. Your mic. We don't. We are not getting you. Now.
Okay.
Now it's okay, Gladys. Now it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. No,
I'll give you 30 seconds more.
Okay. No, I've been having some problems, unwanted problems with my mic since yesterday. and I don't know what happened, but this has made me very nervous.
Okay, okay.
Well, I want to thank the two institutions and the Embassy of India for the invitation. I'm very glad, very, very glad to participate and with the discussions with some friends and colleagues like Professor Sachin Chaturvedi or Professor Jorge Jediek. Well, not professor, but he has a PhD study. And well, and being the last in the last panel is quite a complicated situation because everything or almost everything has been said. So I'm just trying, I have a difficult role to trying to summarize the main ideas. Of course, the present multilateral governance system is in crisis, and this is not new. And it has come also in parallel with the reconfiguration of the new world order. Some tendencies or some features were seen more than a decade ago. For example, the lack of confidence in the globalization process and its beneficial effects, the paralysis of the Doha round, the expulsion of Russia from the G7 because of Ukraine, certain growing weakness of the financial G20, and mainly, and this is more important, the dislocation of world power towards the East, which was not perceived by the West, or was not, the West did not want to perceive that dislocation of power. More recently, some other facts have fed these perceptions of reconfiguration of world order and mismanagement of multilateralism. That's the reemergence of different social and political expressions like the nationalisms, protectionisms, and a strong and deep process of fragmentation. Together with this, Trump election in 2016, Brexit solution in Europe, the arrival of new national populist governments in emerging countries like, for example, Brazil and Turkey, have contributed also to this world, let's say, disorder. And finally, the pandemic has accelerated the process. Has included new strong winds in a process that was decaying slowly. And this pandemic has shown a scarce cooperation concerning global health, concerning vaccines, and the World Health Organization has been seriously put under discussion in what was considered a growing crisis of multilateralism. That was the last coup on a discussed multilateralism. But nevertheless, the reinvention of multilateralism is possible, but needs political will. And also because some countries have invested political capital in defending it, and mainly the countries of the South. South cooperation has been one of the countries leading South cooperation are working, promoting multilateralism and a new type of multilateral system. Of course, this new multilateral system also needs the participation of some major powers like China or Russia or even India, that's in both sides. It's a major power, but also it's a South player. So this new world should take into consideration a different share of power with all the emerging actors and the actors of the South to propose a new alternative for a better world would be governed with different rules of the game. Nevertheless, we are aware that this is quite a difficult situation. It's a difficult purpose, and a lot of work has to be done to change what should be or what it is as it is considered today an unjust, unfair world. Thank you very much.
Sorry about this. I was saying that the point that Gladys made about the reinvention of multilateralism is possible. We have to have into account. Now I invite you to go to the second round, which is having into account the interpretation that we have depicted in our previous round. We may try to now to have a more proactive approach and confront a particular question, which is, what are the potential collective actions that India and Argentina can push forward in the multilateral forums? In which way Argentina and India can work together, and in doing so, it may be useful to sign on the issues of both countries that in the past they have worked together, they have been working together. So we can, let's say, look into the future, taking into account the previous history. That is the question that I invite you to elaborate. Please, now is your turn, Jorge. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. I think both India and Argentina are uniquely qualified to become leaders in this reformulation of the international system. On one hand, we have India that has an enormous weight, and also from its fight for independence, a great tradition of trying to change the world order, also symbolized after independence with the participation of Prime Minister Nehru in the Bandung Conference, which is the cry for the South to rebalance the world. And Argentina, has a strong tradition in the 1830s and 40s, being blockaded by the two most powerful countries at the time, the United Kingdom and France, also having a principled position in the Pan American Conference in the 1890s, and also advocating the third position and the neutrality during the war and the position of President Perón. So both countries have a prestige and weight in the South that endow them to the capabilities of becoming leaders. And speaking from my experience, that leadership is sorely needed. It is because the last years of my career have been here in New York, which is supposedly the epicenter of these negotiations of the formulation of the New World Order. And I have to say I'm extremely disappointed with how the South collectively has engaged with this process. I discussed many times with Dr. Chaturvedi, and I'm very proud one of the achievements I've had in these years is promoting and supporting the organization of the Buenos Aires Plus 40 conference that took place in March of last year in my beloved city. And I was sharing with him that one of my great frustrations is this was a conference from the South, and we, the South, could not put anything new together. We came with proposals that were agreed language of documents from the 1970s and 1980s, many of which are not directly relevant to the realities of the day, and certainly they're not the vehicle for a new agenda for the South. So basically, if we are going to dwell in archaeology, proposing a change in the global architecture without taking into account all the changes in balances of power, we're talking about many issues, and then two countries of the G77 sent probes to the moon last year. So, it's a different world, and we have not adapted the positioning of the South to that. In that context, I make a very, I will use a very coarse expression. Clemenceau, the Prime Minister of France at the time, said, war is too important to be left to the generals. I think in a way we can say international relations are too important to be left only to the diplomats. And God bless them, they're an essential part of the international relations. But what we need is real political leadership from the top. And Prime Minister Modi is already doing it with initiatives from the International Solar Alliance, very aptly supported by the Indian diplomacy. And from we see from the initial positioning of President Fernandez, I think they're going in the same direction. So what I would advocate is for countries like India and Argentina working together, thinking outside the box, and put these ideas on the table in the spaces they share, be them the global spaces such as the United Nations, spaces like the G20, where there is a lot of advanced collaboration, but maybe they can jump further, and particularly in the non-aligned movement and the G77. Particularly the G77 is the critical area where we're talking the global economic system of relationships, and it is the one that probably needs the more updating in that context. So from my part, I will be completing my career in the next 2 months. I will go back to my beloved country and look forward to working with you in helping our countries generate those ideas, because from the ideas, we will be able to change the world if those ideas are bought in by the politicians, by the leaders of our countries. And I think in the case of Argentina and India, at this time, we have the right configuration for the two countries to become leaders in this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. Now we move to Professor Chaturvedi.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Ricardo. I would have 3 points and I would be very fast so that I can match within the time limit that you have given us. So my first point is that India and Argentina are working very closely when it comes to international affairs. They have been supporting each other's international initiatives and also partnering in some of the proposals which are being jointly piloted in WTO and UN Security Council. So I think that initial sort of vibes are there. But I think what is more important at this stage is to first strengthen our bilateral cooperation and strengthen it for reinforcing our global role. And for that matter, the economic and trade ties between India and Argentina are extremely crucial. And we need to scale up our quantums of trade, our technology cooperation, our science and education cooperation, etc. So that's my first point. My second point is, if you see the mechanisms which are available, the modalities that are available, apart from the Joint Trade Committee, Joint Working Group in Agriculture, and Foreign Office consultations, we need to have new platforms, like, for instance, India, Brazil, South Africa, IBAS or IPSA is a partnership where Brazil and South Africa are working with India. And as Jorge has very rightly said, and my dear friend Harsh also mentioned in the beginning, India under Prime Minister Modi is a country which is moving extremely fast in terms of catching up with what India left several decades back. So we are gaining in terms of the economic space. We are trying to get in terms of our global responsibility, trying to enhance the ecosystem. So it's very important that Argentina be part of this new journey which is unfolding. So I would say that for a greater cohesion at the global level, more platforms are needed at our respective levels of missions to move forward beyond the Joint Trade Committee, Joint Working Group on Agriculture, or Foreign Office consultation. My third point, Ricardo, is very much about our cooperation in the realm of fiscal and financial support the kind of global system that we want. And there, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda provides the forum for us to bring in global compliance on tax avoidance, on illegitimate financial flows that we see across. So how we manage global financial architecture, that's important. And before I close, let me mention that there is a huge importance of worship in Argentina. And in India, we follow Gandhi to the core, and we are trying to bring it forward. As Harsh very rightly said, in context of the WHO crisis, whatever countries we take forward, I think it is important that in the global governance, in international relations, we bring back the Gandhian moral compass back on the table. It is very important that countries govern international relations with the idea of ethics and moral values. If we are only for unilateral economic gains at any cost, even at the cost of lives of hundreds and millions of people and economic ruining of millions of people, that international system would not survive. And I think it is important that we bring Gandhi back. Both Argentina and India joined hands in celebrating 150 years of Mahatma Gandhi. I think it is time that the IR community, the community of practitioners, academics, they all join hands together in bringing the moral compass back on this. And I acknowledge the immense contribution of Dr. Fernando Tola, who contributed immensely in understanding the Sanskrit literature from Buenos Aires. India called him, and in 2017 we honored him here in Delhi. I think we need more scholars, more Indologists, more of our partnerships to understand each other's cultural connect, so that we can play an important role at the global level. I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. 3 points. Intensify bilateral cooperation, very important at the different levels. Second, you mentioned the issue of Brazil, and I need to bring back the idea of Mercosur. Argentina forms part of Mercosur, so you have there an instance. And your third point, global tax cooperation, very important. We have already a format in order to work with that, so there is plenty of room for doing things at the level. And finally, a very important point about moral values. Now we move to our next panelist, Professor Pant, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Ricardo. And let me also just start my contribution from where I think Sachin left, is that I think there is so much potential in India-Argentinian relationship that remains untapped, that it's quite extraordinary to think of that space that we have not been able to fill. So while what tends to happen is that often we get carried away by saying, look, we have similar visions on the world order. And we very well do. I think we all want equitable global order.
Vamos al restaurante argentino Go Nona, que queda en...
Jorge, please. Your mic. Professor Pant, go ahead.
So I was, so sometimes we get carried away by this idea that we have convergence on global issues, and we do have convergence on global issues. We look at the world through similar lenses. We both want equitable international regimes, both in terms of trade, in terms of institutional architecture, in terms of SDGs, climate change, and our problems are similar in some ways. And solutions are therefore similar at that level, and therefore the prism is the same. But I think unless the bilateral engagement is substantive enough, it becomes very difficult to translate that into anything substantive, that global convergence. And I think that's where Sachin made this point very well, that unless we fill that vacuum, we won't be able to operationalize that convergence into anything concrete, that global convergence that we have. So we will end up in that space where we are constantly repeating slogans for each other, but nothing substantive is going to come out. So therefore, the first step needs to be that we need to acknowledge that we have not been able to build this relationship to an extent that we should have had, given our convergence, given our synergies. And that's a challenge, I think, going forward, especially at a time when we are looking to revive a sense of cooperation in the international communities among countries with, again, similar worldviews. Because what we discussed in the first question, that one of the challenges today is that leadership is missing. So if global leadership is missing, where you have major powers that are either looking inwards or are looking at very unilateral gains from the international system, then those countries that actually look at the system through multilateral prism, that have a stake in this multilateral order, they need to have a very robust bilateral engagement. That robust bilateral engagement can then be more easily transformed into something more substantive. And I think this crisis that the global multilateral order today presents, we are confronted with, therefore also is an opportunity for us to rethink our bilateral engagement. Therefore, India has made it very clear that it wants to be a rule shaper. It does not want to be a rule taker. So if you want to be a rule shaper, if you want to shape the rules of the game, then I think India will have to work with like-minded countries like Argentina. And if that is the case, and Argentina would like that, would like to work around that in that space as well. So if both nations have that worldview that we want global regimes that respond to our economic, technological, social and political imperatives, then that convergence becomes easy to fill. So therefore, the point was made about Indologies. The point was made about engaging. What are the sectors that we are engaged in? Yes, it is important to talk about our historical engagement, but it's equally important to talk about future issues of the future. Whether it is education, R&D, future of work, fourth industrial revolution. What kind of issues are going? As the world transforms around us, are we talking about these issues? And my sense is clearly India and Argentina are still not there. Given our, if you look at some of our other engagements, India and Argentinian engagement still lags behind in that space. And part of the reason there is a lack of knowledge. So are we engaging right stakeholders? India is a young country. Are we engaging? Are the youths of the two countries engaged with each other? Do we have knowledge platforms that have been created to generate that momentum in the relationship from below? I think diplomats can only do so much. Diplomats can project a sense of convergence from the top, but unless relationships are driven from the bottom, it becomes very difficult to sustain them. So has that been done? And if that has not been done, then I'm afraid, despite our rhetorical convergence, we won't be able to translate it into anything meaningful. And that will be a pity, because that will be something that all of us, I think, clearly want to avoid, given that the convergence across spectrums, whether we are looking at the immediate challenge of public health and economic revival, where again India and Argentina, countries like India and Argentina will have to work together within a certain framework, or we are looking at SDGs, climate change, urbanization, or we are looking at broader structural changes, Security Council, global financial architecture, what kind of counter-terror measures do the countries need, what kind of maritime security countries require. I think all of those regimes that are being created, whether it is about emerging strategic technologies, India and Argentina, if they need to work together, then I think the first imperative is to start enhancing their bilateral engagement in a much, much more significant manner than we have been able to do so far. Thank you. Ricardo, you're muted.
I stress your point about the need to build up a relationship, which is crucial, and the process is bottom up, it's not just top down. So now we take we turn the mic to Gladys. Gladys, you have your minutes to address the panel. No se te escucha. No. Again.
You are there now?
Sí.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say a few words because the time is almost over. And I don't want to repeat what my previous colleagues have said, because I fully agree with them. But some main points. We have to, I fully coincide that we have to strengthen the bilateral relationship before trying to agree in multilateral arenas. But to strengthen the bilateral relationship, we should take into consideration principles, values, and interests. Within these three clusters, I think that we can pass from the words to actions. And we can build a pro agenda to promote this like-mindedness that we are not aware we really have. Of course, our relation is underdeveloped and far from its real possibilities, and there is a lot we can do to feed our mutual understanding, because there is a lot of potential to grow, and in either bilateral or minilateral arena. Because if we don't find a desirable multilateralism, we could begin with the option of a pragmatic minilateralism. And from the bilateral level to the multilateral level, there are lots of steps with the multi-actor and multi-level cooperation, and South-South cooperation, and cooperation concerning development, democracy, human rights, and the struggle to change the present unfair world order. I think there is a lot to be done together. So we just have to begin our work, and in all and different sectors: politicians, diplomacy, enterprises, academy. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gladys. Well, and also I have a gift for you all. You have 1 minute more for one more intervention. I have been advised by the organizers that you may have 1 minute more. So I will turn again a new round, just one short idea that you want to summarize and to point out to the main message. Jorge, please. Gladys, I invite you to remain to leave the mic on, otherwise we are going to have problems. Jorge?
I think we have to find a way to take suggestions like the one Dr. Chaturvedi and Dr. Pan have made, in the sense of really building a stronger and deeper and broader relationship between India and Argentina, how to make it practical, how to make it work. And I think a challenge after an event like this is to go from the excellent manifestations of desires and proposals to make those proposals a reality. And maybe one of the challenges for the two think tanks is for them to work together in preparing a proposal on how to deepen and broaden that partnership. And from my part, upon my return to Argentina, you can count on me becoming a strong collaborator with this effort. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jorge. Professor Chaturvedi, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Professor Ricardo. I very much would like to re-emphasize the point that you mentioned during my last intervention about Mercosur and a couple of other initiatives. But I think it is also very important who are the diplomats on both sides. And I'm very glad that Ambassador Dinesh Bhatia, who could imagine this event and could put this together, is extremely important that now think tanks take it forward, suggest a roadmap, as Jorge has very rightly suggested, and then we work closely to suggest as to what are the practical areas. As I said, the global role of India and Argentina would very much depend on their bilateral relationship. As Dr. Pant very rightly said, that we still need to explore each other. So if we are still exploring each other, we are not sure what we actually want. So from that point of view, it is important that we work with each other, we understand each other, and as Dr. Pant said, that we are still not there in several spaces which are unfolding around us. So if we have to engage, if we have to go forward, the diplomatic missions can play an important role, and fortunately, India's mission is having this dynamic leadership at this point. We are expecting the new ambassador to be appointed from Argentina in Delhi. because the last one has gone a couple of weeks back. And we now need a greater energy, a greater support to put think tanks together. And I think, Ricardo, your own role in the G20 that CPAC played, I think, may come very handy in terms of we going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaturvedi. Now, Professor Pant, please.
Thank you. I would just say that, I think it's wonderful to see this exercise happening right now, that we are engaged in this conversation, because at times it is, if you are looking at, Latin America from India, then it seems far off. And we tend to, often in our foreign policy framework, there is a sense that, we have partners there, but there is, it takes time to reach there. So perhaps, the issues, the convergences don't actually can be operationalized that easily as perhaps it's being done elsewhere. I think two important things are important, are perhaps interesting to take forward. One, of course, is this idea that is on the table, is that we need an operational roadmap. Not, let us be pragmatic. Let us look at our challenges, and let us see what pragmatically we can achieve in a specific time frame. So I think that is important to generate confidence that we can aspire, or we can be more ambitious later on. So we need those kind of project-specific, time-specific approach to engagement, which I think is missing from a number of these from India Argentina space that is there. And I think perhaps the next step might be to to look at how the two regions are interacting with each other. In the sense that you have the South America and India. You have talked of Mercosur. We have our own BIMSTEC and SARC. And how do we look at regional integration? How do we look at regional issues in that space? And that is very important, because increasingly these regions are already playing a very important role. And India and Argentina are natural leaders in their own regions. So clearly there is much to talk about in terms of what kind of leadership is needed in these, is expected of Argentina and India, and what perhaps both can do with each other coming together. So I think it's a conversation about bilateral, it's a conversation about regional, and then perhaps it would be easier to have a conversation about the larger global order. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether Gladys is still connected to our panel or not. Gladys, are you still? You are there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. I don't see on the screen. Gladys, just one minute.
Yes. No, just to say that to find a convergence, we need to know each other more and just to coincide similarities and discover our differences. If not, nothing could be happen. And in this sense, I think that the area from where I come, that's academy, can help a lot in just trying to deep the mutual knowledge. And from our place, I propose all the possible cooperation, trying to fill this gap together with all the other policy practitioners and think tanks and diplomats. Thank you very much. No, it is.
Let me wrap up by strengthening one conclusion that I think is clear from the discussion. First, there need to build up a relationship to strengthen the bilateral and to know each other more. The two countries need to work together. Third, the point that Professor Pant was mentioning, they need to have an operational roadmap. And fourth, the point that Gladys was mentioning, this is an activity of the T20, I mean think tanks. So I think that think tanks as an expression of the civil society have a lot to play in this kind of work, because we need to do some research on each other's region education. We need to know better. There is a huge field for education and to know the peculiarities of history, culture of the different countries. So I think that think tanks have a very concrete role to play in building up this operational roadmap that Professor Pan was saying. And in fact, the agenda can be as rich as we can imagine. So at this point, I would end the panel. I thank you very much, you all. When I saw the topic, I said, this is an impossible task. This is not going to be possible to cover all this ground and to arrive to a concrete conclusion at the end of 1 hour. But ladies and gentlemen, you've done it. So I congratulate you all.
Good afternoon from Argentina once again, and good evening to all the participants and viewers in India. We have had about 3.5 hours of intense sessions where we have discussed a host of issues from bilateral relations to multilateral relations to India and Argentina's role in the New World Order. And of course, several ideas have come up today in this 3 hours of discussion among the experts, think tank people, academia. And if I start from agriculture, traditional sectors of exports, rule-based multilateralism, technology of all kinds, including artificial intelligence, climate change, exports, labor markets. There are a whole lot of issues which have come up for discussion today. And I think there's a lot to ponder over for all of us after the program and continue to have this discussion for a much longer period. But at this point of time, I would request, in fact, let me say this, that I have the honor to have both the foreign ministers participating in today's program. And I'm going to change the order at this point of time and request the foreign minister of Argentina to speak first. And Mr. Sola, the present foreign minister of Argentina, is a career politician. And he has been governor of Buenos Aires province, which is the most important, largest province in Argentina. He's had several other government positions throughout his career. And very interestingly, he also has had the experience of private sector, which is a common thread between the two foreign ministers, of course. Both have had a small stint in private sector. At this stage, at this point of time, I would like to invite Foreign Minister of Argentina, Excellency Mr. Felipe Sola, to make his remarks.
Hankar. Quiero agradecer especialmente la oportunidad de estar frente a ustedes, originada en la invitación del CIPEC, en la persona de su directora, Julia Pomares, y aprovechar la oportunidad frente a mi colega de la India, el señor ministro de Asuntos Exteriores, Hankar, a quien saludo muy especialmente. De la misma manera, saludo también a Dinesh Bhatia, el embajador de la India en la Argentina, y a todos ustedes, a todos los presentes, a los que han disertado antes que nosotros y a todos los que están en línea en este momento. La India y la Argentina tienen una historia, y una historia de admiración y afecto por parte de nuestro país hacia esa cultura milenaria. Por otra parte, la India, además de ser una cultura milenaria, es una potencia mundial.
House, the sixth regarding GDP, in global GDP, and their level of growth is very high, normally or usually linked to knowledge. We have a shared history, important history, because the decolonization process of India resulted in anti-colonialism and global decolonization during the 50s and the 60s, which changed the world. And the idea that brought us together, as from 1949, when General Perón began diplomatic relations with India, were mainly two. Was the third position vis-a-vis the countries, the peoples that then engaged in this Cold War. I mean, communism versus capitalism. I mean, capitalism led by the US. And also this third position and the non-alignment as a foreign policy. This led to the third world, non-alignment, the third position. These things became sort of the same thing. And India was a leader in this regard. First, the struggle by Mahatma Gandhi and what that meant. and his sacrifice, the sacrifice, and his impressive legacy to the rest of the world, to every country, and that influence on decolonization. Secondly, Pandit Nehru was one of the leaders, maybe one of the most relevant leaders of non-alignment, and from him we have taken many, many ideas. From the point of view of culture, given the huge millennium cultural wealth, Ricardo Rojas, an Argentinian writer who wrote The Saint of the Sword, I mean, that's San Martin, Ricardo Guiraldes, the writer of Don Segundo Sombra, Victorio Campo, another writer, and Jorge Luis Borges, another writer, came close to India and traveled, especially Ricardo Guiraldes, traveled to India and took from the Indian culture very remarkable elements that they introduced into their literature, into their works. Victoria Ocampo, as we see in her pictures, is seen in Argentina side by side with Rabindranath Tagore, and Jorge Luis Borges wrote a short story influenced by Tagore's presence, and he established some similarities between River Plate and the Ganges Delta. This Hinduism, on all the Indian attractiveness, has been present in all of our cultural relationships and links. And I think I have mentioned culture and I have mentioned politics. That's because they are very strong links, very important to be taken into account when we envisage the future with other countries, with another power, which keeps growing and might become the first world on the planet regarding population. India is also an example of a sustained democracy, a nation with many different ethnic groups, many different languages, different ways of thinking, and they all live together side by side. I'm not saying that they don't have problems, but they can live happily within this huge territory. Development, nuclear development, the development of the pharma industry, energy industry, the development of knowledge industry is all related to our incipient development in these realms. And there are some points I would like to underscore, which I find very interesting. I don't want to forget to mention that the award given to Raúl Prebisch, the first economist in Argentina, who very profusely wrote many articles and books, spoke about industrialism, state intervention in the economy, upheld the difference between terms of trade as key issues back in the 60s. And The Economist was given an award, a Nehru Award, because of India, yeah? That's the reason for the name. And the name was Jawaharlal Nehru Award for International Understanding. And that award was given to conceptual work written by Raúl Prebisch. So it's good to remember the legacy, his ideas, which remain alive. And India has supported this. We have shared legacies after 71 years of diplomatic relations and, of course, more years of general relations. We have social, political, cultural legacies and links left down by extraordinary men and women. And I would like to mention some of these legacies. First, both countries have an engagement to deepen dialogue within the UN system, to strengthen multilateral bodies which have been gone under questioning recently. We hope this is over in the near future in this complex world. We have a strong desire to tackle global challenges resorting to multilateralism, and we want to reflect the interest of both countries regarding multilateral agendas. We have worked in favor of decolonization around the world, and India has traditionally supported Argentina's claims against the UK regarding the Falklands Islands, the Malvinas Islands, regarding negotiations regarding sovereignty on these islands, as well as the Georgia Islands and the Southern Sandwich, as well as the maritime areas. India has always supported Argentina's position within the Decolonization Commission and the UN General Assembly. Also, as countries member of the G20, we have tried to find consensus positions. We have tried to get international funding for infrastructure works. And we want these infrastructure works, we create a lot of labor. You know, this should be a form, a way to have a contracyclical impact on the economies that were under stress. And both countries agree that this international funding is fundamental as an economic countercyclical measure. We agree that within the G20, and India has supported us. We also share the idea that the state should play an active role. The discussion of the limits on this active role has to do who produces, who exports, who imports. Well, the private sector. So what should we do? We should help the private sector and sometimes regulate so that competition is as healthy as possible, so that no one needs damage. Consumers especially, we should also regulate the financial sector. And India has also given support to us in this regard. We have gambled on the development of traditional sectors, car making, pharma, agribusiness in Argentina, but we promote with India space, nuclear technology, and knowledge technologies, as I said, and we both have highly skilled human resources. That's why we have entered into strategic alliance for 1 year. That means we look the future in a similar way, and we consider each other quite similar regarding the future. This future. We have had political consultation meetings, quite a few meetings throughout the years. The last, this October, on the 20th, there was 30 years of political meetings. The peaceful use of nuclear energy, that's another key topic. We have a mixed committee for the implementation of the framework agreement. We signed it in 2010, and INVAP has joint projects for a molybdenum plant in Mumbai. We have space cooperation between the Argentinian and the Indian space agencies, and we have signed agreements. We cooperate in animal biotechnology, and we will put in motion the Indo-Argentinian Excellence for IT Technology. So, trade has increased, but it's quite low, around $2 billion. And we have a surplus, mainly based on our soybean exports. And we have to change. We have to diversify. Diversification is the name of the game regarding product and goods. There are Indian companies in Argentina, around a dozen. Agrochemistry, bicycles, cosmetics, IT services, financial analysis. There are IT companies, construction and pharma companies from Argentina located in India, working in India. So we have the foundations and we have some affinity. Affinity is a combination of admiration, equality, respect, and affection, respect of the culture and the history. And we have these foundations on which we can improve and deepen our bilateral relationships and diversify our exports. And we have to accept a change in Chinese imports, because, you know, we cannot use the hands to push imports and receive exports. So it's a tit for tat. South-South cooperation and relations will be benefited by increasing the strength of our relationships. No doubt about that. And also, I would like to add regarding the farming sector, agriculture, we have an interest in agro-technological cooperation, including transfer based on Argentinian know-how, extensive crops and farming, and the possibility that Argentinian experts might develop in India one of the most developed agricultures, like Argentina, like the Pampas, especially extensive crops. In Argentina, we have the 8th unconventional oil field and the 2nd for gas, and the 3rd biggest lithium reserve in the world, 750,000 square kilometers of high performance and high potential areas, especially related to solar energy in the Cuyan area. And this has to be a key element for the settlement of Indian firms in Argentina. We have a great export base for technological goods, from India to Latin America, and we can be the hub for India to export to the rest of Latin America. And so you have capital, IT, car parts, steel, food. We have detected markets, and India can export to these countries through Argentina, which is good for both of us. In order to make progress in these goals, towards these goals, what I call this mutual legacy, affinity, familiarity, that's fundamental. We have just made a decision regarding the embassy in India, and we are expecting a lot from the new embassy. Mr. Hugo Gobi, His Excellency Hugo Gobi. He has lots of experience coming from Australia, so he comes from Australia to New Delhi. So I would like to wrap up by saying thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this event, because we are speaking about a country with a lot of history and with a big, big future. Yeah, a country famous for its spirituality, customs, habits, and also because it's a nuclear power. I would like to thank my colleague, the External Affairs Minister of India. I would like to thank CPEC, Inés Bhatia especially, and a friend. And I would like to say that we take into account, we fully take into account everything I have just said. We have lots of different paths ahead in order to increase Argentinian exports, in order for these exports to be based on human resources, in order to attain the growth of knowledge economy. And for us, Argentina is key. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency Foreign Minister of Argentina, Mr. Sola. Thank you for the overview that you have given about India-Argentina relations, which started even before India became an independent country. And of course, you talked about knowledge economy. You talked about, you of course traced the entire history of the relations between India and Argentina. And you also mentioned diversification of trade, which I think is on the agenda of both countries. And both countries are striving to do that, to diversify trade. But of course, trade as such has been doing rather well. In the year 2019-20, India-Argentina bilateral trade touched a new peak of $3.09 billion US. And of course, 3/4 of this amount was Argentina's export to India, and 1/4 was approximately India's exports to Argentina. The good news is that in spite of the lockdown due to the pandemic, which started in both the countries in the month of March, the trade between both the countries has continued to go up. And if I look at the figures of the first 9 months of 2020, the trade has gone up by more than 11%. And this is very notable because the trade in general globally, and in particular for Argentina, has fallen. But with India, Argentina has continued to grow in terms of trade, whether it's export as well as imports. So these are very positive signals between, as far as the relationship between India and Argentina is concerned. I would also like to mention, before I invite the Foreign Minister of India, that the relationship is very special, and the Prime Minister of India took a special exception to tweet to congratulate on the victory of President Alberto Fernandez last year. after the elections in October 2019 in Argentina. And President Alberto Fernandez was prompt enough to respond immediately on the Twitter, and a relationship thus was established, though they have not met personally, and I hope that they meet as soon as possible. From here, I would like to move on to invite the Foreign Minister of India, His Excellency, Mr. Dr. Jaishankar. Dr. Jaishankar has had a distinguished and exemplary career in diplomatic service of India, Indian Foreign Service, and he took over as the Foreign Minister of India in 2019 after the second term of Prime Minister Modi was mandated by the people of India. Dr. Jaishankar has served as ambassadors to various countries, including US, China, Singapore, and Czech Republic, besides having done other assignments in various foreign countries. I request Excellency Dr. Jaishankar to make his remarks.
Colleagues, participants, and friends, let me begin by commending the efforts of all the institutions that have participated in today's event, led by RIS on the Indian side and CIPPEC on the Argentine side. A shared space for our leading think tanks to deliberate upon the current status and future of the relations between our two friendly nations is indeed a welcome initiative. In today's discussions, we have heard an exhaustive analysis of the current status of the bilateral relationship between the two strategic partners, as well as the roles envisaged for them in the new world order. Our ties are based on common principles and values of democracy, freedom, and rule of law, and respect for territorial integrity, as well as a shared openness to new thoughts and ideas. Over the 7 decades of our cooperation, there has been an increasing awareness of our similarities, as well as the need to engage more deeply. Recent years have witnessed a notable upswing in high-level interactions and considerable progress across several sectors. As vibrant democracies, we have also nurtured strong bonds of friendship between our parliaments. In 2019, the bilateral cooperation was elevated to a strategic partnership when we also commemorated 70 years of our diplomatic relationship. In the last 10 years, we have witnessed bilateral trade more than doubling to over $3 billion. This trend continued this year, undeterred by the pandemic and its consequent disruptions. The robust economic relationship is further bolstered by the presence of several Indian companies in Argentina and vice versa in India. I'm happy to note that the Joint Trade Committee held a meeting last month after a gap of almost 3 decades. The recent formation of an India-Argentina Business Council in Buenos Aires is a commendable initiative. However, there remains unexplored complementarities and untapped potential for increasing engagement in fields like agriculture, mining and minerals, oil and gas, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and automotives. Our countries are agricultural powerhouses in their respective regions. Our cooperation in this area can extend beyond increasing exports and market access to each other's products to collaboration in edible oils, agricultural machinery, and fertilizers. Argentina can indeed be an important partner for India's energy security, especially in the oil and gas sector. With Argentina joining the International Solar Alliance in 2019, an important first step was taken for cooperation in renewable energy. Large reserves of minerals, including lithium in Argentina, complements the large appetite for metals and minerals across various sectors in India, including crucial ones like e-vehicles. The health and pharmaceutical sector has come in the spotlight recently in the context of the pandemic. As the pharmacy of the world, India was able to provide assured supplies of high-quality pharma products in difficult circumstances, in addition to giving life-saving medicines and protective gear to around 150 countries, 27 of them in Latin America and the Caribbean region. While India granted special exemptions to Argentina on exports of hydrochloroquine and paracetamol, Argentina in turn reciprocated by allowing the export of ventilators to India. Another sector which came into focus during the pandemic is the IT sector, an area where India has demonstrated its expertise, including in the large-scale use of ICT applications for governance and promoting inclusive growth. This is an area with tremendous potential for collaboration in the light of the focus on virtual interactions in the digitization of work. Cultural contacts and people-to-people linkages between our countries go back to the last century. I'm aware that the people of Argentina have great admiration for Indian culture, philosophy, and spirituality. Argentina also holds a special place in India's collective cultural consciousness. Records indicate the presence of an Indian community in the province of Jujuy in northern Argentina as early as 1870s. The visit of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore in 1924 and his connections to Argentina are well known. Interest in Indian culture and philosophy has been further promoted by the work of Argentine Indologists such as Ms. Maria Rene Cura and Dr. Fernando Tola. The presence of the highest per capita yoga practitioners and a plethora of yoga schools in Argentina is a statement in itself. Our nations cooperate in a number of multilateral and international fora, from the United Nations to G20 and the WTO. We share values and common interests on global issues ranging from terrorism, climate change, sustainable development, non-aligned movement, women's issues, human rights, and non-proliferation. It is noteworthy that Argentina has issued a special declaration to fight terrorism with India in 2019, the only country in the region to do so. We are among the founding members of G20 and are strong believers of South-South cooperation with a shared interest in reform of the multilateral bodies. Excellencies and friends, we are living through an unprecedented and devastating global crisis created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Even as countries continue to grapple with its health, economic, and other effects, a world order already in transition has been further complicated. We believe that cooperation and not competition should be the basis of international relations. Our response to the current global uncertainty is reflected in the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, or self-reliant India, articulated by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is a vision of a self-reliant India, which is also a reliable friend for the world. It highlights collaboration and complementarities in an environment of global recovery and reform. It envisages the harmonizing of domestic production and consumption with global supply chains, as well as promotion of international trade and commerce. Argentina can truly be an important partner for India with its abundant agricultural production, reserves of strategic minerals, large energy resources, and growing innovation. Our countries must explore increasing bilateral trade and economic collaboration. This will make us a more important player in the availability of goods and services and in the flow of talent. Next year, India will begin its tenure as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council. We will continue to speak for the developing world and the global South, as well as the values and ideas we ourselves represent. In the larger global perspective, our countries must continue to champion multipolarity and reform multilateralism for a rules-based and transparent world order. Let me conclude by thanking RIS, CIPP-EC, and the Embassy of India in Argentina for hosting this event. I applaud the efforts by the organizers to undertake this digital interaction. It shows how well we have adjusted to this changing world. My best wishes to Foreign Minister Sola, whom I hope to meet in person at the earliest opportunity. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your visionary statement, words of direction for for both the governments, both the diplomacies, both the foreign ministries to follow, to take the relationship forward under the umbrella of strategic partnership. I want to thank you and also Excellency Foreign Minister Sola for your participation. And I also want to mention the names of the participants who were able to take out time in spite of the 8.5-hour time difference between the two countries. They were able to take out time. Some people early morning in Argentina and some late evening in India to participate in this first ever program of its own kind, where we had participation, a huge participation of a galaxy of distinguished speakers from India, including Professor Sachin Chaturvedi, DG of RIS, Dr. Raghavan, the DG of Indian Council of World Affairs, ICWA, Professor Sunanda Sen, former professor of JNU. Sabyasachi Saha is a professor with RIS again. Dr. Rajat Kathuria, director of ICRIER. Dr. Urvashi Eneja, founder director of Tandem Research. And Professor Harsh Pant from ORF. And from the Argentine side, we had participation of Dr. Julia Pomares, she's the executive director of CIPEC, the host institution from the Argentine side. Dr. Maria Florencia Rubiolo, from Cordoba Catholic University, and also who also works with CONICET, Dr. Manuel Gonzalo, who's with the General Sarmiento National University Chilecito, and also with CARI, Mr. Bernabe Malacalza from Quilmes National University, and also with CONICET, Mr. Ramiro Albrio from CIPEC, Mrs. Irene Brambija from Center of Distributive Labor and Social Studies, Mr. Jorge Shediek, former director of UN South-South Cooperation Office, Mrs. Gladys Lechini, National University of Rosario, and also part of CONICET, and finally, Mr. Ricardo Carciofi, also with CIPEC. It's a very widespread participation. We had experts on bilateral, multilateral relationship between India and Argentina. I want to thank each one for their participation, but I would be remiss if I do not thank my own team at the embassy, as well as the teams at RIS and CIPEC, who struggled for last about a week to make this happen, because the technical challenges were humongous to overcome, because we wanted to have live feed in English as well as in Spanish at the same time, simultaneous feeds. It was not an easy task, but I want to thank all my team members and RIS and CIPEC for their participation and for their support. And last but not the least, I want to thank all the audience for their participation, for sparing their time to participate in this event, in this program. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon once again from Argentina. Good evening, good night to all the participants in India. Namaskar, dhanyavad.